Good morning everyone and welcome to this meeting of the Local Review Body of the 15th of May 2025. I can confirm that the meeting has been properly called and is quorate. Can I first ask members to appoint a chair for this meeting, please? Councillor Beretti.
I will nominate Councillor Crothers.
Councillor Drysdale.
Good morning, members. Yes, I'd second that. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you. If members just give us a couple of minutes just for Councillor Crothers to join me at the top table. Thank you.
Good morning, members. A very warm welcome to the Local Review Body. It's what's the wrong day it is? It's Thursday the 15th of May. Can you believe it already? We're halfway through. So I think the first item on the agenda is scheduling and apologies. Tracy, oh, we've done that, have we? Sorry, no, we've never. No, we've just appointed chair, right? Okay, so just to catch up my notes. Thank you, Tracy. Okay, well, I better go through the. Give me a wee second. I'll go through the remote participation. Right, good morning members, like I say, very warm welcome. So remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting the microphone, switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting. Right, speak in the Teams chat function. When you want to contribute, or put your hand up if you're in the room, Tony. No materials should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion or standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by a roll call. Members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everybody to follow if possible. Now on item number 2, so Sarah, apologies. Tracy, that's for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We've got 6 members present in total, 2 present here in the Council HQ, being the Chair and Councillor Beretti. 4 members present on Microsoft Teams, being Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Jordan, Councillor Marshall and Councillor Walters, and not present at the start is Councillor Howie, who said he will be joining the meeting late. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, and just to approve the remote participation for elected members. Any members of any declarations of interest they wish to make? Nobody in the room, I don't think. I'll just give a wee second online to see if anybody comes up with anything. Don't see anything coming in, so if for some reason, and it's usual protocol members, if for some reason you identify something at a later point in time, as we go through the reports, you can bring it up at that point if you're not aware of it at this moment in time. So we'll take that as being no declaration of interest. Tracy, we can confirm that there's 5 notices of review for consideration, but I think starting at item number 4 next. Over to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so we've got 5 notices of reviews for consideration at the meeting today. The first item, item 4, Mains of Cullen, Auchencairn and Castle Douglas, refusal of planning permission in principle for erection of dwelling house, Class 9, formation of access and installation of septic tank and soakaway, reference 240774 PIP. So within your documents today, members, you have got your notice of review dated the 7th of February 2025. Which was also received on the same day, and that's pages 17 to 45 in your papers. You've got your report on handling and the related correspondence, pages 49 to 81. You then have your observations of the appointed officer on the applicant's agent's notice of review, pages 85 to 87. The The comments of the applicant's agent on observations of the appointed officer are then on pages 91 to 96. The planning application form submitted on the 16th of April 2024 with associated plans and supporting information is on pages 99 to 136. The decision letter from Dumfries and Galloway Council dated the 9th of January 2025 can be found pages 139 to 142. You have a list of the relevant extracts from the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2 and National Planning Framework 4 on pages 145 to 175. And photos of the application site and the locality are on pages 179 to 183. So the grounds for refusal, as stated on page 140, are as a result of the siting of the proposed development, it would lead to sporadic development in the countryside and there is no overriding justified need for the development in this specific location. As such, the proposal is contrary in particular to National Planning Framework 4 Policy 17, Dumfries and Galloway Council Local Development Plan 2 Policy H3 and the associated supplementary guidance on housing in the countryside. The applicant has requested on page 20 that the notice of review form be dealt with by means of an inspection of the land to which the review relates, page 20, and a hearing is also suggested. The applicant's agent has provided that there is support from the appointed officer to the principle of the development, but not for the specific site chosen. It is important for the local review body members to see the site and the existing farmsteading and to allow the farm owner to confirm at a hearing why there is no site available on the farmsteading because of operational reasons. So the grounds stated in the notice of review statement, pages 27 to 45, and the comments of the applicant's agent on observations of the appointed officer, pages 91 to 96, in summary are: there would be no unacceptable impact on the landscape and that careful consideration has been taken in relation to the proposed siting. There is a justifiable need for the development in this location and there is no site available within the farmsteading. There is support from the development in relation to National Planning Framework 4 Policy 17 and Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2 Policy H3 Housing in the Countryside and Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2 Supplementary Guidance on Housing in the Countryside. There are no alternative suitable sites on the group of buildings forming the farmsteading from an operational perspective. The site has been carefully chosen to be an unproductive low-quality agricultural land which is well screened and is an important addition to the farm in terms of its operation. The site has been chosen to minimise visual impact and because it is well screened and meets local location guidance in the Council's supplementary guidance. The development plan and associated guidance does not refer to sporadic development and in any case there are 2 residential units in the adjoining field to the west. The policies referred to in the development plan are supportive of the proposed development and state it is important that planning policy continues to support the operational needs of farming enterprises and proposals that are adjacent to or within the immediate vicinity of a working farm can only be approved where a satisfactory residential environment can be created and where it would not compromise the working of the farm. You then have a list of the development plan policies on pages 145 to 169. So the main issues for the local review body to consider are: this is an application for planning permission in principle. As such, there are no detailed matters relating to the proposed dwelling house. Scottish Government Planning Circular 3/2022 Development Management Procedures provides that it is for the applicant to decide what level of detail they wish to provide when making an application for planning permission in principle. It also advises that it is open to planning authorities to require further information under Regulation 24 where necessary to determine the application. This can include details of the proposed dwelling house. It is noted that such a request has not been made during the consideration of the application by the case officer. Would members wish to request further details of the proposal via a procedure notice, or would members be happy to consider this case without any further such details of the dwelling house, noting that it is an application for permission in principle? Noting the site visit request from the applicant's agent and the suggestion that a hearing session take place to allow the applicant to address the local review body directly, are members persuaded that there is sufficient compelling set of reasons to undertake such a visit in this case? are members persuaded that there is sufficient compelling set of reasons to hold a hearing session in this case? In this regard, it is recognised that this process would need to be subject to a formal procedure notice to all relevant parties setting out the site visit and/or hearing arrangements at a future date. Does the proposal comply with the terms of the development plan? In particular, does the proposal meet the terms of LDP2, Policy H3 and MPF4, Policy 17 and the associated supplementary guidance on housing in the countryside? In particular, noting that the site is located in the countryside area and is not within or adjacent to an existing settlement, has an overriding, justified and compelling site-specific need been made for this proposed development at this particular location? Does the proposal represent sporadic development in the countryside? If it is considered that the proposal does not accord with the terms of the development plan, are there a set of material considerations of sufficient weight to justify a departure from the terms of the development plan? If so, on what grounds would such a decision be made? And what reasons would members give for such a decision if it was considered that the proposal departs from the terms of the development plan? For the avoidance of doubt, the representations that appear at pages 69 to 72 of the published papers were late representations in the sense that they were received out with the relevant deadline for such representations to be received. It does fall for the local review body to take these representations into account when making their determination as material considerations. How much weight do members wish to give these late representations when determining the case? If members are minded to reverse the appointed officer's decision and instead grant planning permission for this proposal, what set of conditions and reasons would members wish to see attached, if any? And if members instead are minded to vary the terms of the appointed officer's decision, what changes to the specific reasoning for the decision would be required and what additional policies, if any, would be referenced? So having outlined the documents within your papers, it now falls to the local review body to determine whether it has sufficient information to consider the review. It is confirmed that no representations from any party will be heard today. And the options available to the local review body are to decide it has sufficient information before it to enable it to determine the review today, request further information in the form of written representations, and the local review body will be required to state precisely the information it is seeking and who must provide it, resolve to hold a hearing, again specifying who will be invited to speak and on what matters, resolve to hold a site visit, accompanied or unaccompanied. This can be done in conjunction with any of the above, but would obviously not allow a decision to be made today. If the local review body resolves that it has sufficient information and that no further procedure is required, then the local review body has the full powers to uphold, reverse or vary a determination. The decision notice will include a statement of the terms in which the planning authority has decided the case reviewed. A planning advisor is present at the meeting today. It's confirmed that he has not had any involvement in this case prior to the submission of the notice of review, and he was not the case officer or the appointed officer for the application. He is purely here to provide independent advice as needed on matters of planning policy, law or process to the local review body. A solicitor is also present here today, and she will act independently if the local review body require any specific advice on matters of law. So if members are clear and no further clarifications required, I will now ask the Chair to lead the debate and in the first instance to lead the local review body through the agenda papers and decide whether you have sufficient information before you to determine today. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Tracy. So a little bit closer. Members, before I do that, I think I'll ask Robert just to go through the photographs which are at the back of the first report. And Robert, I'll go through them, take any questions on them, then I'll go back through as Tracy has just outlined. Robert?
Thanks, Chair. Quite happy to do that. Just so that people are aware, these pictures have been provided by the case officer in this case, together with the captions as well. I've not actually been out in this particular site, although I do know where it is. What you're about to see replicates what's in your papers at pages 179 to 183. So there's 7 pictures in front of you in relation to this case. So this is a view of the site seen from the U67S public road, approximately 1 kilometre to the south. And you can see the 3 labels here in the distance, showing the farm on the left, Bengairn Lodge slightly to the middle, and on the right hand side, the application site. The next slide is a view of the site from the private road to the south. Again, you can see the label showing Bengairn Lodge on the left-hand side, the application site labelled on the right-hand side. The view from the private road approximately 470 metres to the southwest, again showing Bengairn Lodge on the left and the application site on the right-hand side with the labels. This is a view of the existing farmsteading with the rising land behind it. This is a view of the application site looking northeast. This is a view of the application site looking north. And the final slide I have is a view looking towards tourist accommodation site from the application site.
Thanks so much for that, Robert. Members, any questions on the photographs that Robert's just outlined? And we can always go back to them if any questions come up at a different point in time. Any chance of taking the pictures off just now, just so we can see if anybody's online is coming in, just in case. Thank you. Don't see anybody coming in. Right, members, we'll go back to, as outlined, as Tracy's outlined at the beginning. So, pages 17 to 45 is the notice of review. Anybody got any? So I'll go through each subsequent part, and if any members have got any questions on any particular point. Right, the first one's Councillor Brighty. Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As was pointed out by the clerk, on page 20, it does say that this potentially might be suitable for a site visit. Having looked at the photographs and the various things, I know the area, but I don't know that particular location very well. And it does seem that this application rests on 3 points. One is security of the farm, the fact that the building is not adjacent to the farm and is on what is known as an unproductive area, but you cannot tell that from the photographs. And I would, after having been on other site visits, would think that this, on balance, would be one of those that I would want to go and have a look at before I make a decision.
Thanks so much, Councillor Bright. So what I'll do is take that on board at the moment. I think the only other point, I mean, I would support that actually after reading the paper, but when we get to, once we've been through all of this, we'll come back to that. I just think there's a further request in regards to a review. I just think historically how we've carried that out, not carried out the actual review, but the hearing, when I say review, the hearing, is that with this particular points that we want to see and clarify. So if we do end up on a site visit, I think quite often they clarify it for me, in particular why the site has to be there, not adjacent to the holding itself. So they usually get answered on site with a site visit rather than holding a hearing. But we'll come to that point in time. No, thanks so much, Tony, for that. Councillor Marshall, Sean?
Yeah, just a quick question of clarification. The justification for the additional agricultural worker is justified. It's just, is that correct?
So I'll get, my understanding that's correct, but I'll get Robert to answer that, Sean. Thank you.
Chair, just for the avoidance of doubt, you've got the decision notice published on pages 139 to 142, and I think if I can just move to it just now, I think the actual reason for the officer's decision, the appointed officer's decision, is on page 140. I'm just trying to navigate to it just now fairly clumsily. So basically the reason given for the appointed officer's decision is, as a result of the siting of the proposed development, it would lead to sporadic development in the countryside, and there is no overriding justified need for the development in this specific location. As such, the proposal is contrary in particular to National Planning Framework for Policy 17, Dumfries and Galloway Council Local Development Plan 2 Policy H3, and the associated supplementary guidance on housing in the countryside. So it's very much in relation to the location of the development rather than the principle. That's certainly the way I'm reading it, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Sean, are you okay with that?
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks so much. Councillor Drysdale, Pauline?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a couple of questions I have for the officer, if that's okay. On page number, sorry, the page numbers are very hard to read because they're on the blue. Page 111, we read that...
Hold on a second, Pauline. Hold on a second. I'll go through this methodically. So I've started at pages 17 to 45.
Oh,
And that's better. I
I'll
know
wait.
Sean's kind of came in with tenuous just to get some clarity. So if you don't mind, then I'll come back to you, Pauline, just with that.
Not at all. Thank you. Thanks.
So the next is pages 49 to 81, report and handling, determining the delegated powers and the related correspondence. Members got any particular questions in regards to the delegated report? No. 3, I think, after this, observations of the appointed officer on the applicant agent's notice of review, pages 85 to 87. Take that as a note. Nobody got any particular points? No. Nobody online. So pages 91 to 96 is comments on the applicant's agent on the observations of the appointed officer. I've done that. 5 is plan application for submitted. No, it wasn't. I'll move on to the 5th point, which is plan application form submitted on 16 April 24 associated plans. It is 99 to 136. Pauline, I think that's where you want to come in.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It was just a quick question for the officer, if possible. So, with regards to the Labour report, normally I think it's put on the back of Councillor Marshall's query. We see a more detailed Labour report, whilst I'm in support of the discussions on a site visit, just for us to have a better understanding of this case. But it does say a Labour report produced by SAC Consulting attached. Unless I'm missing something, I've seen some figures in one of the items, but I can't see the actual report. Am I missing that in my documents, or have I missed it when I've been reading it? I just wondered if you could guide me to. Normally, when we're at an LRB, we sometimes see the actual Labour report in writing by the consultant, and I'm probably missing it. So just to give me some clarity on that and other members. Thank you, Chair.
No, we did get that, but Tracy, I'll outline that for you, Pauline. Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Drysdale, within your pack, you should have received a separate supplement pack, which is an exempt pack, which includes 2 documents marked as confidential. One includes the Labour report from SAC Consulting. Hopefully you've got that in your envelope. It should have been circulated. I think the Chair and Councillor Barrett have got theirs here, so hopefully you did receive one in your pack. But it will be a supplement pack. It won't be in your large bulk of papers, but hopefully it's in there somewhere. I know it was a large set, so it was a very large envelope, so hopefully you've got it.
It was. I know my, by the time it got to my house, it had to be hand delivered because of the size and volume, and it had actually broke, and there's other contents from other things supposed to be delivered to other people, I think, within the locality. But Pauline, you want to come back on that?
Yeah, that's helpful. I actually received 1 pack in total, and there's 2 documents with different agenda. I haven't seen the supplement, so maybe is it in the inbox, Tracy? And I'll have a quick look at it in the inbox, in my inbox.
Let's get through that. Let's get through this, and if we end up with a site visit, you'll have any god's amount of opportunity to reflect on that. So let's get to that point, Pauline.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Marshall, Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was just to confirm that, yeah, I received that as a separate, I think it was a separate posting, so I've got a copy of that. Because they're both exempt items, though, I did have a question on the financial statement, but I'm just wondering, I'm looking for guidance on how I can ask a question on that.
No, you absolutely can. So what we do, we take if we agree on that, Sean, we'll just take a resolution to exclude the public. You ask the question, get that answered, and invite the public back in. So there's members of the public here, and it's actually applicants and their agents here today for this particular item. And anybody else who's online, we'd stop the live streaming. So let me just kind of top and tail this, Sean, see where we are, and then I'll come back to you round about taking that resolution to exclude the public.
Thanks.
Thank you. Members, so I think in order to, before we potentially make us, so I've been through all that, let's right up to page 136, which is the crux of this first report that's in front of, no, we haven't, we've actually got a couple more, so let's get to, I need a better pair of specs, that's what I need. So 139 to 142, that's the decision letter from the Dumfries and Galloway Council dated the 9th of January. Any members got any specific points in regards to that? Pages 145 to 175 is the relevant extracts from Dumfries and Galloway Council's Local Development Plan 2 and the National Plan and Framework 4. And the photos is outlined by Robert previously in pages 179 to 198. Right. Councillor Barretti, Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I know that the photos were done competently, but I feel that there's probably a lack of perspective in some of these views, and that would, I think it would be difficult to make a decision based on some of these photographs.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for those comments. And pages 140 was the grounds for refusal. No members coming in at that point. So members, before because normally we'd ask at this point, have we got enough information now suffice to go forward and make a decision? But it's been a couple of points of clarity. One in regards to potential site visit, but I think before that, Councillor Marshall's point on about talking and discussing the exempt item. Tracy, if you could just outline what we should do in regards to that. I think I've touched on it, but just from your perspective.
Yes, Chair, that's correct. What you had outlined earlier, if members wish to enter into any discussion on the exempt information, we would adopt the resolution to exclude the public, and we would stop the live stream. And then when that discussion is over, we would resume in the public meeting again and invite the members of the public back in. There's no need to move to a separate Teams meeting because there's nobody on this Teams call that's not a member of the committee, so there'd be no need for that, Chair. I have emailed Councillor Drysdale a copy of the Labour report just in case we enter into discussion on that, so she should have it in her mailbox.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Councillor Barretti, Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If Councillor Drysdale has just been emailed that copy, she's going to need to take at least 10 minutes just to look through it anyway, so I think we should...
So I wonder, if you don't mind, and I wonder, depending on the decision, I think if we decide to make a site visit, we should probably have 2 or 3 weeks in regards to read that, if that's the case. So I wonder if we could consider, I would support Councillor Marshall in regards to getting a chance to look at the appendix, so that the restricted information would have to, I forget exactly what resolution, Local Government Act 1973 it is, but we take a resolution to exclude the public, so we can consider that. So if that was the case, if we can agree that, members, we'll do that. Didn't see anybody else coming in. We'll have to ask the members of the public to leave just while we consider that. And once we've considered I know you are privy to it anyways, but we have to do it by the way of process. But we'll invite you back in when we reconvene. Thanks very much, members, for taking the time to consider that. That's just for the sake of members of the public. We'll just return back from a private session discussing the labour requirement report for agenda item 4. Members, so we've discussed that. We've got points of clarity to the best we could in regards to some points within there. Back to, I think, have we got enough information in order to make a determination today? There was a point put forward earlier by Councillor Brighty, felt we needed a site visit. Tony, if I could just come back to you, would you, if you want to propose that and justify that, please, and we'll go through that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would propose a site visit because I believe that we were possibly expecting other information to come that would be relevant to this particular case. I don't think the photographs are sufficiently good at my level to see, for me to make a judgment. And it does get down to one point in question is the field and the location where this potential building would be erected, why it has to be there and why not somewhere else, and whether or not it does in fact form, what is the technical word, Robert, I've forgotten, standalone building. Whereas from the maps that I see, I think there's other standalone buildings in that location as well, and I'd like to see that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Drysdale. Pauline?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I would like to second the site visit on the back of Councillor Beretti. Thank you, for the same reasons.
So the only addition I would put to that is we moved and seconded. I would certainly support the site visit. The points I really want to understand is, go back to some discussion that we've had, so the principle that's been established, it's been established in real terms, that it could be justified and agreed, but it's the location in particular. I want to understand what the constraints are. So we really do want to understand what the constraints are on the holding itself, why the house can't be closer proximity to the holding to where it is at the moment. And I would like it accompanied as well, please, if that's possible. So if there's any potential questions that we might have on the day that would help us answer that, it would save us, as been requested in regards to hearing, it would save us going through that process, and we've done that in the past historically. So remember, if we could have that added to Councillor Marshall, Sean?
Chair, just on your the additional comment you made with regards to looking at a more suitable location, I take it that would include the farmstead in itself, because one of the reasons is that, you know, the applicants say that there's no room to develop on the farmstead area.
That's it in a nutshell, Sean, really. I just want to understand, like I said, we've been here before with other sites and we've made different determinations depending on the information that we glean at the time of the site visit. But it's, if there's particular constraints, last time I think it was topographical in particular, it was really awkward to try and establish a house within it was the operational working practices. It would have, the only place you could have sited would have interfered with whether it was the milking of the cow, so to speak, or the shearing of the sheep, or just the operational matters. So therefore there was a decision made after that. So I just want to understand absolutely clearly. So like Tony's already outlined, there might be reasons for security and such like, but I just want to be able to bottom that out, and ideally have a small conversation around about that with probably in particular the agent, but if we have that accompanied, so we could just see and understand rather than have a hearing. If members are okay with that, okay, do we have any counters to that? So members will adjourn at this moment in time, not the meeting, but we'll suspend that particular item until such time we undertake a site visit, which is accompanied, and for the reasons given. Okay, that, Tracy? Excellent, thank you, thanks very much. We'll move on to the next item. Give me a wee second just to get my papers together, members, please. I'll just give Councillor Bright a wee second. Just come back. Okay, members, we'll just continue that. Item number 5 is 182B Irish Street in Freest. It's a refusal of plan permission for the replacement of 15 number sashing case windows with UPVC sashing case windows respective 24/2406/4. I think it's over to you now, Tracy, is it? You at that stage? Yep, Tracy.
Thanks, Chair. So yes, outlined by the Chair, the item 5. So you've got your notice of review dated the 5th of February 2025 and received on the same day, pages 191 to 201. Report on handling and related correspondence, pages 205 to 212. The observations of the appointed officer on the applicant's agent's notice of review, pages 215 to 217. Then have the comments of the applicant's agent on observations of the appointed officer, pages 221 to 225. Planning application form submitted on the 22nd of November 2024, associated plans and supporting information on pages 229 to 285. The decision letter from Dumfries and Galloway Council dated the 15th of January 2025 on pages 289 to 292. You have the list of the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2 and National Planning Framework 4 policies on page 295 to 317, and the photos of the application site and locality are pages 321 to 327. So on page 290 you have the grounds of refusal, which are: the replacement windows are contrary to the objectives of Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan policies HE1 listed buildings, HE2 conservation areas and National Planning Framework 4 policy 7 historic assets and places, on the grounds that the use of modern UPVC materials is unsympathetic and damaging to the historic character and appearance of the Category C listed building and fails to preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the Dumfries conservation area. On page 194, the applicant has asked that the review be dealt with by means of a review of the relevant information that has been provided without any further procedures. So the grounds stated in the notice of review and notice of review statements on pages 191 to 201 and the comments of the applicant's agent on observation of the appointed officer, pages 221 to 225, are in summary. The key point is that the flat above this one, the second floor flat at 182 Irish Street, which is part of the same listed building, had planning permission approved for replacement UPVC windows. In addition, the several other listed properties close by have also been granted planning permission to fit replacement UPVC windows. The objection that it is damaging and unsympathetic to the historic character and appearance is false, as the precedent for character and appearance of the building has been set by allowing the use of UPVC windows in the property above. If this application is rejected, the flat above should have their windows changed to match the standard being imposed. There are other listed buildings on the conservation area where UPVC replacement windows have been fitted at 1 Old Union Street and 104 Lorburn Street. The windows that have been fitted and were approved have very different styles to what would have been initially installed. The applicant had to make a quick decision to replace the windows due to safety concerns and health concerns related to water ingress. The applicant wanted to keep the timber windows and looked into trying to get them repaired, but the windows were in very poor state of repair and there were gaps on either side as they sat in their openings. The same windows as have been installed have been used within the Old Town in Edinburgh. The decision to refuse this application does not reflect a consistent or fair application of conservation principles. The replacement windows installed in this application align far more closely with the original character than previously approved alterations, and their rejection does not support a practical approach to heritage preservation. To achieve a genuine, sustainable and effective conservation strategy, there must be a balanced and consistent policy that encourage both historical integrity and practical maintenance solutions, rather than imposing restrictions that are selectively enforced. You then have your development plan policies listed on pages 295 to 311. So the main issues for the local review body to consider are: does the proposal comply with the terms of the development plan? In particular, does the proposal meet the terms of LTP2 policies HE1 and HE2, MPF4 policy 7, and the associated supplementary guidance on the historic built environment and the Dumfries Conservation Area Character Appraisal and Management Plan? In particular, are the UPVC replacement windows that have been installed here, by virtue of their UPVC composition, unsympathetic and damaging to the historic character and appearance of this Category C listed building? Do they fail to preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the Dumfries Conservation Area? If it is considered that the proposal does not accord with the terms of the development plan, are there a set of material considerations of sufficient weight to justify a departure from the terms of the development plan? If so, on what grounds would such a decision be made, and what reasons would members give for such a decision if it was considered that the proposal departs from the terms of the development plan? In this regard, how much weight would members wish to give to precedent and alternative decisions in the locality, particularly in light of the background information provided in the appointed officer's comments on pages 215 to 216? If members are minded to reverse the appointed officer's decision and instead grant planning permission for this proposal, what set of conditions and reasons would members wish to see attached, if any? And if members are decide to vary the terms of the appointed officer's decision, what changes to the specific reasoning for the decision would be required, and which additional policies, if any, would be referenced? Having outlined the documents in your papers, it now falls to the review body to determine whether it has sufficient information to consider the review. It's confirmed that no representations will be heard from any party today. So, as with the previous item, the options available are to decide that you have sufficient information to determine the review today, request further information in the form of written representations. The local review body will require to state precisely the information it's seeking and who will provide it. Resolve to hold a hearing, again specifying who will be invited and on what matters. Or resolve to hold a site visit, accompanied or unaccompanied, which can be done in conjunction with any of the above, but would not allow a decision to be made today. If the review body resolves it has sufficient information and that no further procedure is required, then the local review body has full powers to uphold, reverse or vary a determination. The decision notice will include a statement for which the terms in which the planning authority has decided the case reviewed. The planning advisor is present in relation to this case, and it is confirmed that he has not had any involvement in this case prior to the submission of the notice of review, and he was not the case officer or their appointed officer for the application. He is here to provide independent advice as required on matters of planning policy, law or process to the local review body. Your solicitor is also present here, and she will act independently if the local review body require any specific matters on matters of law. So I'll now hand over to the Chair and ask him to take you through a debate, and in the first instance decide whether you have sufficient information to determine the application. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tracy. So just before we get to that determination whether we've got enough information, I'll ask Robert to go through the photos, if that's possible, as outlined within the report. Thanks, Robert.
Thanks, Chair. Just before I present the pictures, just the usual caveats. These pictures were taken by the case officer. They were provided to me, as were the captions that I'm about to present here. There are 9 photographs today, and these replicate the pictures that appear in your papers between pages 321 to 327. So the first slide I have shows the first floor of the flat outlined in red, which is the subject of the application. You can see it's a retrospective application. The second view is a further view showing the extent of the first floor flat. So this is moving more around onto the corner of, onto Buccleuch Street itself. You've got the view of the rear of the building on Greyfriars Street. The fourth image is a view showing the replaced windows on Irish Street, and a similar view showing replaced windows on Irish Street as well. Sixth slide is a view showing 2 replaced windows on Irish Street. You can see them there at the first floor level. And a view of the replaced window on the corner of Irish Street and Buccleuch Street. There's a view of 2 replaced windows here on Buccleuch Street. And finally, I've got a view of 2 replaced rear windows on Greyfriars Street.
Thank you, Robert. If we could just drop that screen, thank you very much. So, members, have any questions in regards to the photographs that Robert just outlined or contained within the report? If not, I'll go back to pages 191 to 201. Members, if anybody's got any particular questions on that, and I will obviously, if for some reason people come back to a particular point, we'll just move with that. Oh, Councillor Brighty, Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I noticed that there's other buildings have been put down in photographs on, I think it's 198. Off the top of my head, I'm not that familiar with this particular street, although I do come down it. I've never actually looked up Would Robert know offhand how many of the buildings there have already had replacement windows?
Robert?
Thanks, Chair. I don't know, looking at the totality of what surrounds it, I don't know. Certainly I was asked by the Council's legal advisor prior to the meeting if I knew the reference numbers for the ones that were mentioned specifically in the applicant's submission, and with a bit of digging I could certainly find those reference numbers because they were mentioned before the meeting. But I've not actually looked into the planning history myself at this location, so I'm kind of reliant on what I've got in the report from the appointed officer. If it does help, I can do a bit of digging into my email system to find what the reference numbers were that I found for the other properties in the locality, but I don't have a comprehensive knowledge of the planning background here, unfortunately.
No, that's okay, Robert. I'm not going to put you through that torture, but it's just interesting that in a case like this where we've got pictures of what is a prominent street, would have been useful to have other pictures within, say, 50 or 100 yards, just to show what other buildings there were and the windows, because that, I think, as the images that have already been shown, we can clearly see what is a new window, but I don't know what else there might be on that street.
Thank you. Thanks so much. That's noted. Thanks for that, Tony. So pages 205 to 212. Members? Right, so we can take a step back if needed. Pages 215 to 217. Oh, Councillor Walters, Keith. Then Howie.
Sorry, I was just trying to keep up with your page numbering in there. And to be fair, I do actually go down that street quite a lot, so I do look up at it, and so I do actually went past it last week. On page 193, I think it is. Yeah. So the point is about the character of the building. The applicant seems to be arguing that the character of the building is formed by the, as well as the whole building itself, is formed by the windows in the flat above, which are of UPVC. So, is that something that we can ask the officer in terms of how is the character of a building, even if it is listed, how is it formed? Is it formed just by what's there at the time, or is it by what it should have been looked like before? Sorry, that's a bit of a theoretical question, isn't it? But you see where I'm getting at. Is that relevant? That the windows above have obviously been UPVC'd some time ago as well. As far as I can tell, it's about 30 years ago since they were last done like that. So does that form part of the character of the building now? Thanks.
Thank you, Keith. Robert?
I think it has to, Chair, because when you're looking at the fabric of the listed building or the conservation area, or both, whichever it might be in this case, you have to look at it as exists, particularly if it's had planning permission before. So you're assessing the character. It's due, buildings are listed based on their historic appearance or character, or a combination of those two things. And that's the main reason. So how you appreciate it and how it appears, including the windows, is key to your consideration. In relation to the fact that the flat above is mentioned, and I think it's suggested that this has the correct consent round about it, you have to take that into account as part of your consideration here, I would suggest, of this planning application as a material consideration.
Thanks so much. Keith, you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howie. Ian?
Thanks, Chair. It's just matters of opinion when it comes to page 217 at 8, and it's saying that the guidance grants that the use of modern UPVC materials are unsympathetic and damaging. Is that an opinion? Because my opinion differs from that. So how much weighting do I give my opinion to that that's stated in the report?
I mean, what you're getting there, it's in the appointed officer comments, so you're getting the professional view of the council's appointed officer for this case, who is Chris McTeer, Principal Planner, Minor Applications. So when he's using language like that, that's his view, and it's also his professional view in relation to this case.
Are we able to challenge that, Robert, on our own view?
Apologies, I should have come back, Chair. I mean, his professional view will remain what it is and you can't change it, but as a local review body, you have to look at and carefully consider all the information that's in front of you and arrive at what you feel is the correct decision as a decision-making body of the council.
Thank you, Robert.
I would interpret that, Ian, as being, if you've got a different view, that you're entitled to that view. That would be fair enough, wouldn't it? As a member of the committee.
Well, I mean, the local review body is here to form judgments on applications. Yeah.
Yep. Okay then. So you're definitely getting a professional view from the planner, which I think we should always take into consideration, take that seriously. But you're entitled to your own view too. Yeah. I think that's been made clear a number of times. So pages 221 to 225, comments of the applicant's agent on observations of the appointed officers. Members, pages, and if I'm going too fast, you strum me back like Kate did earlier. Oh, Councillor Drysdale, Pauline. Oh, then Tony, sorry. Drysdale, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to ask Robert if it's possible on page 223. At the top, we see the comments made with regards to the fact that UPVC windows would appeal to the appellant. However, it should be noted that good quality timber sash and case windows require more onerous maintenance and have a longer lifespan than UPVC units. Again, it's probably a matter of my own opinion, as we see many of the sash and case windows, specifically in this case, being implemented whereby the actual grain effect is in the design concept as well, which obviously adheres to some extent to the historical character and nature of a conservation area. So again, it probably just need to be a bit of clarification on that, Robert. Do we have actual evidence that sash and case windows made of wood last longer than UPVC with the new technology that we have now with UPVC units? They're fitted very tightly to the side of the windows and therefore stop ingress. So that statement there actually states for a fact that the wooden ones have a longer lifespan if they are maintained, which obviously is very costly and time consuming nowadays. So we're just really to get your opinions as a professional on that. And it's probably on the back of Chrissy's professional opinion, which I accept as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I don't think there's any doubt with timber sash and case windows of various types, and I know this from personal experience because my parents had sash and case timber windows for about 100 years before they sold up, and you know that's a very personalised basis, but they were always repaired and looked after and maintained, and it retained the historic fabric and character of that element of the building, and it contributed to the architectural integrity of the whole. And when you're looking at things like listed building windows, that's important. You know, you can tell the difference between, say, a Georgian sash and case window that's in timber or a Victorian sash and case window. But I mean, it's not the question you're asking. The fabric of the building, the kind of the effect of the glass, whether the materials are original, are an important fact of informing the character of the conservation area and the listed building, as well as the architectural interest in the kind of historic angle of it too. The question about new UPVC windows, it's not really something, you're not going to know that your window's going to fail until it's failed kind of thing. So it's very difficult with a new product to tell if it's going to last the test of time. I'm not an expert on windows by any means, new windows, so if you've got a manufacturer's guarantee and saying that it's going to last X amount of years, I think you just need to take that in good faith. To be quite honest, but there's a multitude of window products you can get out there. Really the key considerations in this case are the kind of impact on the character and appearance of the conservation area and the listed building in this case, and taking into account what's around and the kind of value of what you have and how it looks at the moment.
Okay with that, Pauline?
Yes, thank you very much, Robert. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Baretti, Tony?
Yeah, I'm going to bring up Pauline's point again in 223 and second bullet point. I think there's been an error in the way that was written. It's agreed that timber sash are less energy efficient compared to timber sash. The writing here is wrong. And what has just been discussed, if we're talking about historic treatment of timber, Oil-based paints are a product of post-Second World War. Timber would have been treated with a linseed type paint, which would have made the paint, the wood last a lot longer. And therefore, the modern techniques of painting are what causes the deterioration. Now, if that is the case, then how possible is it to determine which is going to last longer? A properly treated timber, a poorly treated timber, or a modern UPVC? But I think if you read that second bullet point, just confirm that that is in fact written badly.
So there was a point of clarity there, I think, particularly if you've got comment, Robert, on that.
I mean, that's the agent's response to the comments of the appointed officer that we just discussed. So this is them, if you like, putting across their side of the argument for your consideration.
Yeah,
so I can't really endorse it or criticise it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So it's just confusing, but I just assumed that clearly was an error by someone who wrote it down. But I do sympathise with Pauline's point that it depends. You cannot determine the age, how long one set of timber or one set of UPVC will last.
No, excellent, thank you. So I suppose what I'll try and do is get through do we need any further information in regards to points of clarity here, and then once we get into session, we go into that kind of stuff as deep as members want. So pages 229 to 285, any points of clarity? Or Councillor Walters. Keith?
Sorry to pick up on this, but page 229, I want where it says at the bottom, near the bottom, please explain why work has taken place in advance. It says the client was unaware at the time that planning permission was required to replace the windows. Now this is obviously the application for review, isn't it? Is there any questioning on that? That to me struck out to me as being difficult to take. That somebody who owned a listed building in a conservation area didn't have any concept of the idea that changing the windows would require planning permission. Is that the sort of thing that would be asked going back to a review application, or is that something we just have to accept as a matter of fact? Thanks.
I think that second part of that question is particularly relevant. Thanks, Robert.
I think, Chair, you obviously get retrospective applications for a variety of means, and whether the applicant was aware of it needing planning permission or not, they became aware of it during the process. The planning system's been described to me before as a compliance-based system, so if it needs a planning application, you get your planning application submitted, and it's assessed, if you like. You can't take punitive action against someone who's made a retrospective application for whatever the claimed reason is. So you're being asked to basically consider what's in front of you today on its own merits without taking that into account.
Thanks so much, Robert. Keith, you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
Thank you, thanks very much. 289 to 292, members, which is a decision letter from the Recent Galloway Council dated the 15th of January this year. 295 to 317, which is a decision... Oh, no, it's been through that, have I have, sorry. Relevant extracts from the Recent Galloway Council Local Development Plan 2 and National Plan Frame, which is page 295 to 317. We've been through the photos, which is pages 321 to 327. We've been through them already. Grounds for refusal, pages 290. Right, members. Have we got enough information at this moment in time to make a determination? We've got a few alternatives. To Tony in the room, Councillor Bright in the room is nodding. He thinks we have. I'm happy to support that too. And if nobody is otherwise minded, we'll go into session and start the debate. Right, I'll take that as we're content to make a decision today. Councillor Brighty, you want to come in first? Okay.
Yeah, as Councillor Walters has pointed out, you would think that someone in a conservation area in such a prominent part of Dumfries would have been told or would have known that you need planning permission to do this, and it might have saved some stressed by council officers. Notwithstanding that, the reality is, and I think we've been here before, Chair, that when we look at, or someone wants to replace sash, wooden sash and case, it's extremely difficult to find a good supplier, or even locally someone who will even make them anymore. I know that UPVC is probably, it's not my favourite material, but I think that in the circumstances at the moment, UPVC is far more energy efficient, cuts down heat loss, makes the building far better. It's maybe a transition material, so in 20, 25 years' time, they may come up with something far superior, which will still preserve the nature of the buildings. I would be loath to say we would want them removed, so I would be in favour of saying let's just let them have those windows for the time being, but how would you best say it? Slap in the wrist for not getting the information.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that, Tony. Councillor Drysdale, Pauline.
Thank you very much, Chair. Like Councillor Barretti, I think it's a shame that the developer did not come and seek advice from the council with regards to the preferred materials that ought to be used in conservation areas, particularly where we are trying to maintain and improve the image of Dumfries. But at the same time, we're trying to reduce water ingress and protect the actual fabrics of buildings. And therefore, I would be in support of what Councillor Barretti is saying here. But my difficulty would be that we might not be able to come up with a suitable policy to support that. So I was looking at page 303 and MPF4, Chair, and through Robert, perhaps he could guide us in that policy 1 for sustainable places would give us significant weight with the global climate and nature crisis, possibly, and policy 2, climate mitigation and adaptation. So looking at development proposals whereby we can minimise the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions as far as possible, and proposals that will be designed and cited to adapt to the current risks and future risks from climate change, and also retrofit measures to existing developments that reduce emissions and support adaptation to climate change. So possibly there could be something to support this application going through and not have to take out these windows, as at least they were ingrained and given some form of character, albeit they're UPVC rather than timber sash and case. So it was just really to get some guidance on that, Robert, and see, obviously, in the debate what other councillors feel. Thank you very much.
Pauline, what I'll do, I'll just see what the majority of people are thinking, and we'll bring Robert in. He's got to pick up on these comments. I'll bring Councillor Wattles in first, and then we'll come back to those particular points, because it might be, if it looks like the committee looks like it wants to approve this, then we'll probably look at it some conditions the way you're talking there. Councillor Wattles. Keith?
Yeah, I think I'd be agreeing with the other two councillors that it's unfortunate how this has come about, but I would look at approving this in terms of how it fits into the character of the building already, which is the thing I've mentioned. The existing character of the building includes the windows above, and it's trying to, as Pauline said, it's trying to find a way of saying this. I was looking at page 207, where it says on 4.4, it says UPVC is not specifically prohibited within planning policies and can be considered acceptable on unlisted buildings within conservation areas. I know it then goes on to say about listed buildings. It's just trying to find the policy that that we could look to approve this. But yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that, Keith. So just give any other members a chance. My thoughts in the short term are I would happily support this. I suppose at the Economy and Infrastructure Committee, the Gatehouse of Fleet Conservation Area came up, and I made my views quite clear at that without going back and rehearsing that. But I felt very much this type of application should be supported, and we should be looking at this through our supplementing guidance in the Local Development Plan 3 as it comes forward, in particular regards to sustainability. But Councillor Howley picked up, I think it was Councillor Howley earlier said that the existing what's already there, was it you, Councillor Wattles, just actually, and Robert outlined that is a material consideration when it comes to a plan, and what's there existing. It's been there for a number of years, and it is part of the character of that building already. That's the only bit I would add to that, Robert. So you've heard what Pauline said, Keith, and others. They're probably looking for guidance, I think, in regards to what they feel is a competent way of proposing to support this. Robert, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. And just returning back to the reason for refusal that the appointed officer took, which appears on page 290. For me, you're looking at something here, if you're minded to support it, it's clearly a departure from the Council's policy. So the Council has a published policy, Local Development Plan Policies, HE1 listed buildings in this case, HE2 conservation areas, and National Planning Framework 4 Policy 7, historic assets and places. And the appointed officer's taken a professional view that it's in breach of that policy. So I think you have to look at any decision in favour of this as a departure from the development plan, essentially. I don't really see it. I see what National Planning Framework 4 Policy 1 says, but I don't think it automatically, means that you have to then allow UPVC windows in historic buildings, because there are alternatives, as I understand it, available that would meet sustainability objectives, for example, and so on and so forth. So I think it's really a case of trying to understand, for example, are you thinking that these windows are not unsympathetic and damaging to the historic character and appearance, or is it just the case that you just want to accept that this is a departure from the Council's development plan and provide reasons for that departure? I think, I don't think you can pretend that this is something that complies with the Council's development plan policies. I think it's better to look for a set of reasons why you think they should be allowed contrary to that policy. That'd be my advice.
Thanks, Robert. I think that's really good guidance. I'd be of the same view. Actually, when I read this, I did think if I'd been a plan officer, I would have refused it myself. But going back to the objective, and that's why I made comments when Councillor Howie said that we're not here as plan officers, we're as council as member of the committee, and we can look at this more subjectively, I think, and it is retrospective. I certainly have some sympathy, but for me, again, going back to, I do think it is a departure from policy, but the overriding reasons to bring that forward and to help support it would be because of what's already there, that the actual character of the building has already been changed historically by the way of installing the same type of windows at a different floor level. Councillor Marshall, then Walters. Sean?
Yeah, I am a little bit concerned because it is a departure from the policy, and it's not only, an area, a conservation area, but also an archaeological sensitive area and an area of archaeological interest. So I think it could potentially set a dangerous precedent, but I think if it was a standalone case based on, other windows that are in that building, then that would be better than just, disregarding the policy that we have, which could set a precedent and allow others to try and actually change windows.
Thanks for that, Sean. Much appreciated. Councillor Walters, Keith?
Yeah, just going back to the reasons for refusal, which says the use of modern UPVC materials is unsympathetic and damaging to the historic character and appearance of the advantage here is that we've actually got the pictures of what the windows look like, and when you see them and you compare them to the character of the building, as in the top floor and the bottom floor, I think you could argue that that's not the case. There seems to be a sort of general view that because they are made of UPVC, they are unsympathetic. I think the applicant has argued about them being used in other conservation areas, as in the Edinburgh Old Town, in the fact that although they are made of a particular type of material, they are sympathetically formed. So I think in that respect, you could say that is within the policy HE1 listed buildings. So I'd be tempted to do that rather than to say this is a completely step away from the policy. I'd rather go down that route. Thanks.
Thanks for bringing that point up. I suppose 13 years ago, I remember it very clearly. It was on Annan High Street where I had that same argument with, it was Steve Rogers at the time, running about somebody retrospectively fitted UPVC windows, but at the back, at the rear of the building, there was a particular issue. And the same argument was put then. They used the same argument because Edinburgh were accepting it at that point. So I just wonder on that point, because I think it's valid, Robert, I'm keen to hear from a professional planner's point of view, because we are quite clear. I think it's unsympathetic and damaging in regards to the policy that we've agreed. I would say that's arguable, but actually going back to the point where we are looking at, I mean, I'm colourblind and my vision's no the best. I can't tell the difference when I'm sitting back or standing back from the windows, whether it's PVC or whether it's wood, timber. But I just see in that particular point, I wonder if you could, again, Edinburgh have got a completely different stance, and it's to say there's more historical importance being the capital of Scotland and so on and so forth is probably an understatement. No discrediting Dumfries in any way, because it's very important. But Robert.
Well, the context at which you look at these applications is really important. It's each case and its merits. Each site is different. Each site has a physicality about it. So a site in Dumfries isn't necessarily going to equate to something in Edinburgh, Newtown, or something like that, for example. I think the important thing is when you've got a policy, you've got to recognise that's a policy of the council, and then you've got to look at what it says and how you apply it. And when you've got a decision from an appointed officer here, it's clearly signposting to you that the issue is the replacement windows. So we know that. The officer then says which policies they're contrary to or the objectives of. So they're all listed as well. So you can again refer to those documents and find further guidance there. But then you come to the crux of it. So the grounds are it's the use of modern UPVC materials. So you understand that is the key issue. And the appointed officer thinks that's unsympathetic and damaging to the historic character and appearance of the category C listed building. So that's this C listed building, not any other. And it also fails to preserve or enhance the character and the appearance of the conservation area, which is a wider designation. That goes beyond this flat. So you've basically got to look at that policy and then apply it and then test yourself, if you like. And you've got to take a view on it. You've got to take a judgment call, and you've got to decide whether or not that is contrary to that policy. If it is contrary to the policy, you should refuse it unless you feel there are other material considerations which would cumulatively lend in favour of a different decision. But if you're going to do that, you've got to explain then why it is that you're departing from the development plan. You've got to have a compelling, specific set of reasons, and they have to be rooted in kind of planning jargon and good practice, if you like. So it's a judgment call. You know, you've got to make a judgment in relation to this case, but certainly that's the key thing, and that's the whole point of the policy. You've got a policy that's published and says the council will do X, Y, and Z, and there's a time and a place to depart from that if you feel it's right in the circumstances of the case, as long as you're clear and give reasons for that, and those reasons relate to the case and the policy.
Thanks so much for that, Robert. Keith, I'll come back to you, and Sean's want to come in, but I am of the view still that this would be a departure from policy. If we look at a policy as is, it is a departure, and I see John picked up on it earlier. I would support that. And if I was a case officer looking at it and thinking, no, it is, I would have refused this the same as until I would have gone through this process. But I think we, as a committee, have got that option to potentially say, as I certainly have outlined, but my view is that because of the going back to, as policies change over the years as well, and if these windows are 30 years old, there's probably a number of development plans and local policies been in place that it may have fitted at the time, now it's way out of it, so things change, but certainly right now it doesn't fit the policies that we've got, and that's why I say if folk are not happy with that, they should be looking at the supplementary guidance, potential changes in local development plan 3 coming forward, which we're all part of as it comes forward. Look at that seriously if we feel differently to it. I still think because of those windows being constructed and installed a number of years ago, it's changed the character of that building. So for that reason, I'd be happy to have propose a departure from, take your guidance obviously, Robert, but make a departure from our current policy because of it's sympathetic to what's within that building and what's been installed and constructed previously. I think it's sympathetic in regards to that, so it cushions and softens the actual potential impact. Councillor Marshall, Sean?
No, that hand was up in error, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Sean. Robert, can you consolidate that into what you feel feels competent? And Tracy, you want to come in too? Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I'll come in first, and then Robert and Laura can perhaps comment on what I've gathered so far. So from what members have have been discussing, I've noted down that they acknowledge the local reviews body's disappointment with the retrospective application and agree to reverse the decision of the appointed officer and approve the application as an exception to policy on the grounds that this development would not be unsympathetic and damaging to the historic character and appearance of the Category C listed building due to the property above already historically having replacement UPVC windows. Therefore, this development would be in keeping with the character of the building and sympathetic to any potential negative impact. But happy if Robert and Laura want to comment on that.
Could you possibly send that across to me by an email so that I can read it? I find it easier to understand if I read it. Thanks.
Yep, no bother. Councillor Barretti, Tony?
Yeah, whilst the officials are doing that, just point out, I would have liked to have seen photographs of Irish Street from about 120 years ago, because I would bet that these windows would have been Georgian style, and therefore they've already been changed probably about 5 or 6 times since they were even built. If we're looking at defining the character of the building, I think Councillor Drysdale has hit the mark where we want to keep the fabric of the building from deteriorating. Now, if in 30 years' time, some of us might still be here, we can come back and look at these buildings and they are still standing and in good condition, then we've probably said, right, okay, we've made the right decision. But certainly the windows in 30 years' time will be different, because there'll be different materials and they might be more sympathetic than the ones that are there currently. Thank you, Chair.
I think it is about that point in time, isn't it, in the development plans and policies that are there then and guidance. But Robert, you want to come back in?
It was just to say I'm happy with the suggestion, the reason that was read out by the clerk. I mean, the only other thing I was going to point out was you can actually change windows back again so they can become more sympathetic, but what you do lose is built fabric. You know, if you've got historic built fabric, you can't reinvent it. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Members, it's 11:56. We've got to take a quick adjournment, stroke recess, till 12:05. We'll catch you back then. make comment in regards to her input into that, then I'll come back to yourself, members, if you're happy with that. And it looks like I'll just double check with Robert too, and then that'll be a decision, I think. So, members, as you can see, acknowledging the local review body's disappointment with the retrospective application, agree to the reverse of the decision of the appointed officer and approve the application as an exception to policy on the grounds that this development would not be unsympathetic and damaging to the historic character and appearance of the Category C listed building due to the property above already historically having replacement UPVC windows. Thank you very much for that, Tracy. And Laura?
Thank you, Chair. The phrase that I asked Tracy to remove had been, therefore this development would be in keeping with the character of the building and sympathetic to any potential negative impacts. I felt that that was maybe going a bit too far and potentially opened the gate to other applications for UPVC windows, whereas it was very much the mood of the room that this was an exception to policy given the circumstances of that case.
Thanks so much for that, Laura. And Robert, just in case there's anything else too?
I'm happy that what's on the screen reflects the debate today at the LRB.
Thank you. I'll ask you to unshare that, please, if that's possible. Thanks, Tracy. Members, so that being, it looks like it's unanimous, but Councillor Drysdale, Pauline, you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a quick point. I see the word historic is included. I take it we can't remove the word historic because, in my opinion, it slightly damages the actual history of Dumfries. But I am in agreement with going forward, and possibly we have to have it as that whole policy, and we can't remove that word. So it was just to take guidance on that before we progress. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think historic's factual, isn't it? It's factually correct, that. Tracy?
Yeah, I think that the reference to the historic was the replacement windows in the property above had been there for a number of years. That was the reference to that, Councillor Drysdale.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks
That's
very
fine.
much.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thanks, Pauline. Members, so Tracy, I'll just ask you to outline the decision, and we'll move on to the next item, but I'll just have a quick discussion on that once we've cleared this one. Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. So yeah, members have agreed to reverse the decision of the appointed officer and approve the application as per the reasons that were put on screen. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, we'll just get ourselves organised. Members, my intention is to move on to item number 6, if members are content with that. Tony and I have got our overnight bags when we've seen the agenda, just in case. But if we're content with that, members, don't hear any dissenting voices. I know it's just about 12, but we'll head on and see if we can get this one under our belt before lunchtime. Item number 6, over to you, Tracy. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Item 6, North Lodge, Mousseau, Dumfries. Refusal of planning permission for erection of dwelling house, installation of air source heat pump and biological treatment plant with partial soakaway and formation of vehicle access, reference 241842 FUL. So you've got your notice of review dated the 14th of February 2025, and it was received on the same day, pages 335 to 349. Report on handling and related correspondence, pages 353 to 386. Observations of the appointed officer on the applicant's agent's notice of review, pages 389 to 391. The comments of the applicant's agent on the observations of the appointed officer on pages 395 to 401. Planning application form which was submitted on the 2nd of September 2024. Associated plans and supporting information on pages 405 to 519. Decision letter from Dumfries and Galloway Council dated the 22nd of November 2024, pages 523 to 526. The relevant extracts from the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2 and National Planning Framework 4 on pages 529 to 557. The photos of the application site and locality on pages 561 to 568. And the grounds for refusal, which can be found on page 524, are 1. The proposal fails to gain support in principle as it would not relate well to the established character and design of the Mousseau Small Buildings Group and would result in an unacceptable form of ribbon development to the Mousseau Small Buildings Group, contrary to LDP2 Policy H3. The proposal also fails to gain support from MPF4 Policy 17 as the dwelling would not be appropriately designed to relate well to the character of the area and none of the outlined criteria are met. 2. The proposal is unacceptable in the siting and design in that the dwelling would not be in keeping with the character and design of the Mousseau Small Buildings Groups by virtue of the materials proposed being at odds with the adjacent dwellings to the south whilst the layout and massing would represent an example of high-density development of the plot, which is not in keeping with the low-density development of the plots to the south. The proposal is therefore contrary to LDP2 policies OP2 and H3 and associated supplementary guidance and MPF4 policies 14, 16 and 17. On page 338, the applicant has asked that the review be dealt with by means of a review of the relevant information that has been provided without any further procedures. The grounds stated in the Notice of Review and the Notice of Review statement, pages 335 to 349, and in the comments of the applicant's agent on observations of the appointed officer, pages 395 to 401, in summary are: the proposal should properly be regarded as complying with the relevant provisions of the pertinent policies of the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2 and its associated supplementary guidance and the policies of MPF4, which it requires to be assessed against. It is contended that the development proposes an appropriate and acceptable design of dwelling that relates well to the scale, size, layout, massing and external finishes of the other properties within the Mussel's Place Small Buildings Group, which it is located within, and will be considered in the context of. This proposed development is a carefully considered design, respective of its location and the vernacular properties situated within its immediate locality, that it should be seen to comply with the provisions of the design quality of new development supplementary guidance note. This proposed development will incorporate and encourage measures that are likely to facilitate home working. This proposed development complies with all the relevant policies applicable to this proposal and any of the provisions and illustrations set out within the supplementary guidance notes that have been prepared in association with those. The Community Council are in support of the development, considering that it will enhance the normal with the sympathetic interpretation of traditional construction using natural materials extensively, and that it will be in keeping with the character of the small building group. Your development plan policies are listed on pages 529 to 545. So the main issues for the local review body to consider are: would the proposal comply with the terms of the development plan? In particular, does the proposal meet the terms of LDP2 policy H3 and the guidance set out in the adopted LTP2 supplementary guidance in relation to the principle of the proposed development at this application site? Would the proposal fail to comply with MPF4 policies 9, 16 and 17? Would the proposal meet the terms of LTP2 policies OP2 and H3 and the associated supplementary guidance document relating to design quality and placemaking and housing in the countryside, and MPF4 policies 9, 16 and 17 by virtue of its siting and design? Would the proposal, by virtue of its proposed materials, not be in keeping with the character and design of the Mussel's Small Buildings Group and the adjacent dwellings to the south? Would the proposal layout and massing represent high-density development of the plot, not keeping with the low-density development of the plots to the south? If it is not considered that the proposal does not accord with the terms of the development plan, are there a set of material considerations of sufficient weight to justify a departure from the terms of the development plan? If so, on what grounds would such a decision be made, and what reasons would members give for such a decision if it was considered that the proposal departs from the terms of the development plan? If members are minded to reverse the appointed officer's decision and instead grant planning permission for the proposal, what set of conditions and reasons would members wish to see attached, if any? If members are minded to vary the terms of the appointed officer's decision, what changes to the specific reasoning for the decision would be required, and which additional policies, if any, would be referenced? So, having outlined your documents within your papers, it falls to the local review body to determine whether it has sufficient information to consider this review. It's confirmed that no representations from any party will be heard today. As with the previous two items, you can decide that you have sufficient information before you to determine the review today. Request further information in the form of written representations, with the local review body requiring to state precisely the information it's seeking and who will provide it. Resolve to hold a hearing, again specifying who will be invited to speak and on what matters. Resolve to hold a site visit, accompanied or unaccompanied, which can be done in conjunction with any of the above, but would not allow a decision to be made today. If the local review body resolves it has sufficient information and that no further procedure is required, then you have the full powers to uphold, reverse or vary a determination. The decision notice will include a statement of the terms in which the planning authority has decided the case reviewed. Your planning advisor is still present at the meeting. He has not had any involvement in this case prior to submission of the notice of review. He was not the case officer or the appointed officer. He is here to provide independent advice as required on matters of planning policy, law or process. And your solicitor is also still present, and she will act independently if the local review body require any specific advice on matters of law. So I'll now pass back to the Chair and ask him to lead the debate and decide whether you have sufficient information. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks so much again for that, Tracy. So, Robert, I'll ask you to do the same as previously, just to go through any photographs that we've got in regards to that, then we'll come back to members after that.
Thanks, Chair. I've got 16 pictures which have been prepared by the case officer today. They're the same ones that appear in pages 561 to 568 of your papers, and I've been given captions too, so I'll run through these just now. The first slide is a view of the site from the U103N public road, and the second is a view of the site from the same public road but a slightly different location. The third view is of the site, again from the U103N public road, a more oblique view. You can see the Harris fencing there and the wheelie bins next to the road. And this is a clearer view of that application site from the U103N public road. And this is showing the front boundary treatment. The next slide again showing some of the front boundary treatment as you progress along that kind of roadside. And then you've got again the proposed access here from that front boundary, and again this is from the U103N public road. Viewpoint 7 is a view of the site from the same public road at the same proposed access point, just moving more round to the left there. And then you can see the site here from the U103N public road again in relation to North Lodge, which is the building on the left hand side there. Another view of the site, similar location. This is a more oblique view. It's looking towards North Lodge, which you can see there in the middle ground. And this is a different view. So it's of the orchard. So that's the property you can see in the back right hand side there. It's to the south of Moosehold Small Building Group. And then it's got a hard stop to it. It's been described as, so it's including a stone wall, hedging, and driveway, which you can see there in the middle ground leading to the house. It's the same building as well, similar viewpoint. You can see it in the distance there. You can see the additional building on the right hand side too. And then this is a view from the orchard, which is the property you've just seen. The access to that showing recently developed dwellings, and you've got reference numbers there, 180978 PIP, 190383 ARC and 21226 FUL, and I'm sure that will be in the delegated report as well. This is a view taken from Google Street View, so that's showing North Lodge, which we saw in the earlier pictures, that hip roof building. This is another image taken from Google Street View showing Woodgrove and the beaches. So I think those are the two dwelling houses you can see towards the back of the shop behind the gates there. And then you've got an image again taken from Google Street View showing Canaan, I think it's pronounced, to the rear there with the dormer windows. And a final image taken from Google Street View showing South Lodge. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much, members. Councillor Brighty, Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can you go back to either view 8 or 9, please, Robert? That'll do. Would I be right in saying that that building there has attached to it an add-on feature which is not original, because that might be, that comes up in later on? Would you say that?
It looks like an unfinished single-storey flat-roofed construction to me, certainly from this angle. It may be deceptive because I noticed from the Google Street View image that might actually be taller than single stories. It might actually be a 2-storey, but certainly a flat roofed extension. You can see the fascia board there at the window, the unfinished wall material to it as well is the way it looks to me. But again, I haven't been out to this location.
All right, thank you, Rob. Thank you, Chair.
Just move on to 11, please, Robert. And I'll come and check members again online. I suppose just going back to 10, it outlines about the hard stand and the one before that, which is that wall there. It's indicating that's a hard stand. If you go to the next picture, what I picked up on, it looks like 2 wing walls with an entrance into it's an access entrance rather than a hard stand. It just looks like a boundary or an access, which is quite often the case. So probably what I'm trying to define here is normally a hard stand. I would imagine that would be a stone dyke wall in regards to rather than a fence line, but on the boundary between the kind of, whereas that to me that's an entrance, that's the access for an actual house. I just wonder if you've got any comments in regards to that.
I think when I look at this, it looks like the interface between the kind of countryside area, the rural area, and something that's quite suburban in character. You would normally expect to get one of 3 types of boundaries there, either a kind of fence, a stub and wire fence, something like that, a dry stone dyke or a kind of stone wall, or hedge, and this seems to have 2 of the 3 things. I mean, that tends to be the most kind of common boundary treatments you get in this locality, I would have thought, on a kind of urban-rural edge.
Actually, just when I look behind, it looked like there's a post and wire fence, almost like a behind it. That's where I thought, is that the actual boundary fence of the in regards to the agricultural field, or is it just to define the wall? Is that like a feature that they've put in when they built the house? But anyways, we'll come back to that probably. Councillor Walters, Keith.
This plan's general, but have we got a picture of the actual site, the actual plan? Because I know it's on a couple of things. When we get the delegated reports, when they come to planning, the first thing in the delegated report is a plan of the location. Like, for instance, it's difficult to tell from those photos where they are in relation to the site. And the only plans I can find in the pack that we've been sent have been supplied by the applicant's reports. And I don't know whether that's just a general thing that we don't get a plan at the beginning of the delegated report, but it does make it difficult when you're running through it, when you're looking at those photos, to actually understand where those photos are in relation to the site. Because the last one, for instance, the orchard, I'm not 100% sure where that is in relation to the site, and I can't see in my papers where that is. Perhaps, if we could get the site up on the screen, that would be helpful. Thanks.
I think Robert's got to share something, I think, or even potentially describe what it is. Keith, Robert?
Thanks, Chair. It's possibly most helpful if you look at the plan that's submitted with the papers. Now I'm trying to get your page number for this. It's page 415. So you have a plan here with a red line outlining the application site, and then the property next to it, which is outlined in blue, is described as North Lodge, and then you're on to the beaches, Woodgrove and Canaan as well, as you're progressing towards Moushold. So that might be helpful in terms of getting an idea of where the application site in relation to the road and the photographs. That would be my best signpost. What I'll do is, Chair, I'll continue to look through the papers and see if there's anything more helpful, but that's certainly the plan that's been submitted with the application, showing the application site.
Can I just come back on that, which is that obviously is the plan that's been submitted by the applicant. It's not what we normally have in terms of a definitive map taken from the planning thing, and I can't see the orchard on there. I did look.
423, Keith. Have a look at page 423 just to see if it's on there. I think Tracy just
I'm looking at page 415.
Look at 423, I think it is. Is it?
423?
Aye, 423, and it's on the right-hand side of that page, midway, for what I can see. But I mean, you're making a
see-
relevant point. I think in the Planning Application Committee, we have a location plan right at the very beginning. It shows it, but we've not got that in this. But the local review body obviously is different. A lot of this stuff's online. But anyways, that's maybe come back to that point. But Keith, I'll let you give you a chance to look at that. There's nobody else coming in anyways, and make further comment if you wish.
I'm looking at page 423, sorry. Make it sound like I don't know what I'm doing here, but I'm looking at page 423. The last picture you showed, which you had some concerns about the hard stop. Whereabouts is that on that picture then? Because it doesn't appear to be a property labelled the Orchard. There's a property labelled North Lodge, which is the which is the property where the garden is, where the proposed dwelling is.
Robert's got to come in.
Thank you.
Right, it is. I'll just let it was on. So Robert's he's saying he's happy to go back in the presentation. I'll explain it further. But Councillor Barrett is wanting to just make a comment too.
Yeah, I think the Orchard is just the name. If you look on page 423, you'll see right at the bottom it says the Orchard, and then also it says the Ranch. But if you look on page 465, you can see the bigger area, which it does say the Orchard. It's in such small writing that you need a magnifying glass to check it, but it is actually there.
Keith, we'll still have Robert go back through the photographs again, and you just come in at the relevant point.
If you just showed me the last photo, which was, and perhaps could just point out where on the map on 423 that is, that one, yeah, which says view of the Orchard, which is the hard stop. So where is that on the on page 423 then? Is it to the side of the proposed building?
That's to the east. That's to the east, I think. That's the polar opposite side, Minders. I know that area fairly well, and I think that's to the east. But I mean, it's really for Robert to point that out in particular, rather than myself. I know Councillor Marshall and I, that's our ward, so can we pretty fair with that? But
from my point of view, I don't know the area at all.
You're absolutely right, Robert.
I think the key difficulty, Chair, unfortunately, is I haven't visited the sites. I've been given the pictures and I've presented the pictures by the case officer, but I can't say with any definition whereabouts this is in relation to the plan.
So, Keith, we'll come back to that then. That's a particular point then that can be clarified once we decide if we've got enough information or not. We can pick up at that point. Excellent. Any other points in regards to the photographs before I move on to... Don't see anything. Thanks so much for unsharing that. Don't see anything online. Tony's on his head. So, members, I'll get this correct. So, pages 335 to 349. That's the notice of review, which is as submitted as by the planning consultant on behalf of Mrs. M. Forsyth. Members, page 353 to 386. That's the report of handling. So that's our delegated report. Councillor Baretti, Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Page 358, 359, where it refers to the dimensions of the site. As I pointed out in the photograph, some of these buildings we don't know, but they could have been modernised. So I'm just pointing out that the fact the site is just under 92 metres squared, that the building is, and that the site is 440 metres squared.
Yep, so I suppose that's... I'd actually folded that and picked up on that same point. And I suppose the point, because I think one of the points that's been made, it's the size and scale in comparison to what's in the locale as it stands. But I suppose in general terms, I looked at proportional, now that's about 25% footprint to, that's the way I looked at when I looked at 25% footprint in comparison to the size of the site itself. But maybe we'll come back to that point, if that's okay, Tony. Yep, it was a point I picked up on myself too. Is it proportionate to an average site, or is it just because these are large, seen as large-scale sites in that particular area? So, okay, next one is, don't see anybody else coming in. It's pages 389 to 391, sorry, observations of the appointed officer and applicant agent's notice of review. You can always remind me back, members. So pages 395 to 401, that's comments of applicants, agent and observation of the appointed officer. Councillor Brighty, Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Quite a lot of words to read. I'm just wondering, have I missed anything in this report, Chair, that refers to passive house design?
Robert, you can answer that now. We'll come back to it in session, but Robert?
I haven't seen anything when I've prepared the papers, but what I can do just now, Chair, is have a look through and just check and see if there has been anything submitted on behalf of the applicant in that regard.
Thank you. Tony's okay with that. It's comfortable. I hadn't picked up on the passive stuff, Tony, but it might be there. Pages. Oh, Councillor Walters. Keith?
So on page 397, the near the top, there's a bit of discussion about whether the property would be on the beyond the edges of the settlement. And so when I look at the plan I was looking at before, am I right in thinking that at the moment that the application site is actually the garden of North Lodge? And in which case, if it's the garden of an existing property, is that not the edge of the building group, rather than? So yeah, what I'm trying to say is, how can if the application site is within the existing small group already, if it's built on, does that mean it becomes outside the small building group? Does that make sense?
I think it does. So I looked at that particular point too, but we'll get Robert to come in and clarify. But my understanding, it's not as clear within the, it's not explicit, I should say, within the explanation. But I would have had that as a subdivision, because it is a subdivision of an existing dwelling. That's how I would have seen it in the description. Would have made it clearer. But that's my understanding. There was particular arguments between, I think, what the independent officer had looked at and the consultant. I remember reading that as well. It is defined. It's quite clear. It's within the garden boundary. But Robert.
Thanks, Chair. When we come on to the local development plan 2 considerations in MPF 4, part of policy H3 of local development plan 2 relates to small building groups. Now, I think Moosehead Lodge is described as a designated small building group in terms of the policy and the related supplementary guidance, and then it's a case of whether or not you think, applying the policy test, that a particular proposal successfully relates to a small building group such that it can be supported or not. So that is one of the key determining issues, whether or not you feel that this proposal complies with the Council's policy in relation to housing in the countryside and specifically small building groups. So again, it's another judgment call as to whether the small building group part of the policy is satisfied, that you'll need to come on to as a local review body. Incidentally, I'll continue checking the submission for passive house information and come back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Thanks so much. Keith, are you okay with that? If you're okay with that, just double back, concentrate a little bit. Come back in if you wish.
No, that's fine, thanks.
Thank you. I think that'll be debated, I think, that particular point when we get into session. Councillor Drysdale, Pauline?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I sort of think we've jumped the pages here, but it's maybe just me. But if we look at page 361, obviously we're talking about the officers stating that it's an unacceptable form of urban development. But when we see the applicant's statements, which I've now lost because I'm flicking backwards and forwards, when I find them, if you don't mind, I'll put it into the chat. It clearly states that there is a natural boundary, which would negate the argument of the urban development debate. As another councillor has already alluded to, it seems to be part of an already established garden and is on the edge of Moosehead and is defined by some sort of tree line or bush border, and that the applicant is looking to reinstate those natural borders, and it's part of the original estate. So when I find the page number, I'll put it in the chat, but it seems to be quite clearly stated. Here it is, page 447, everyone. Are we at that stage though? Am I jumping? Because we've kind of jumped backwards and forwards Chair, by no fault of anyone.
No, I think
Am I okay?
No, we still going on, but just picking up those particular points, I think maybe better left for session because these points
Okay.
of clarity in particular. But where I was referenced when Keith came in with that particular, I would view this as subdivision. The natural boundary of the small building group in this particular place is the garden edge, the boundary fence, hedge, so on and so forth. And if you go to page 358, without bouncing back and forward, Councillor Beretti picked up on that earlier. Again, I said let's pick up on that in session. Siting and design, that's really the reason it's being refused, is because it's saying it's not a match, the density in comparison to the, but we'll get into that debate, in comparison to the large sites in this particular small building group, it's incompatible because it's a smaller site and a smaller footprint of a house. But let's get into that debate when we get into session. I think we will go back and forwards. That's why I'm just being explicit. Let's look at these not in a piecemeal way, but let's look at them individually. Then we'll go back and go through whichever way we feel is best to consider and get the information that we need. You okay with that, Pauline?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Just to quickly say, just to reference then page 447, the proposed site is contained within the existing boundaries of a small building group. Obviously, this is the applicant, Heb Holmes, putting this, not our planning officers and their professional opinion on that. But it looks to be part of the boundary of the historic Moushold estate, which you can see in figure 2 if you zoom in. And the satellite image shows the building group boundaries, and the hedges and historic estate fencing define those. So we can get into a discussion about that later. Thanks for letting me back in, Chair.
But no, happy for that is a particular point that, Robert, I suppose that's a question. Do you feel that is the extent of the garden boundary contained within the small building group? Thank you. Robert, I'll let you have a quick, do you want to answer that? That was Pauline's question in real terms.
Thanks, Chairman. My understanding of the case is that's really the key policy test. You know, it's the element of LDP2 policy H3 that relates to small building groups, and you know, you have to take a judgment call in relation to what's in front of you as to whether that policy is met or not. In due course, that seems to be the gist of it to me anyway. It's not automatically with a small building group. Once upon a time there were definite boundaries of what a small building group was, and we had little black dots on them which would indicate suitable sites. It's not as simple as that now. You have to take a kind of unique approach to each one and judge it on its own merits to decide whether or not you think a site and a proposed building is going to work successfully in the context of that small building group. So it's very much a criteria-based policy. They don't have inset maps. They don't have precise definitions of where you can and can't build anymore. You've just got to look at the criteria you've got in the policy and then apply it to each case that comes in front of you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that. We'll come back to that point, Pauline. So pages 523 to 526, decision letter from Dumfries and Galloway Council dated 22nd November. Members? Just double check. No. The relevant extracts from Dumfries and Galloway Council LDP2 and NPF 4, pages 529 to 557. Just double check. Looking through this policy a number of times. So photographs, as Robert's already covered. Grounds for refusal is page 524. And I think that's it, members. From what I can see, we've covered everything else. Right, members, there's not been asked for a site visit. I'm not proposing a site visit, but I think we need to just bottom that one out because Councillor Walters, I think, and Beretti was speaking, but in regards to what the site layout is, where it is, what relates to where the different buildings. So I'll probably bring in Councillor Beretti first, and it's given Robert a little bit longer to try and find out where this particular place is. I'd like to say I do think it's in the very east, and if you can share that with us, the very east, the small building group. But Tony, I think you're wanting in first, then I'll bring in Councillor Walters after that. Keith.
Yeah, looking at the application and looking at the existing buildings, and I think probably Councillor Drysdale and yourself will know this location quite well. I don't know the age of the buildings that are there, and this current design certainly isn't identical to those buildings there, but we're not expecting a modern building to look like a building that was built 70 or 80 or 90 years ago. And one of the reasons why I asked about Passive House, because the building itself claiming that it wants, or the application claiming that it wants an air source heat pump, I haven't seen any photovoltaic panels in this design, and I looked at the orientation, and the building would benefit from them. I'm not concerned about the size of the building or the the location because it's modern. If it's well built, then it will be well insulated. It'll be cheaper, easier to maintain. So at the moment, I've got no negativity about this particular application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So I think it's so Robert's still looking, I think, aren't you, Robert? Aye, Robert's still having a wee look. So I'll just give my view. Then I'll ask Keith if you've got any particular views. But my understanding is, when I read this, so I'll reference again pages 358 and 359, the site and design. So it gives and it does outline. It makes it quite clear. So North Lodge is the dwellings as a footprint of 95 square metres, but the site itself is over 3,000 square metres. And I'll put this into context when I come back to the first one, the actual application itself. Woodgrove is saying that the footprint of the dwelling there, so this is as built, 133 square metres, but the site itself 1,630 square metres. The beaches, the dwelling's 134 square metres footprint, the site is just over 1,000 square metres. Canaan, the dwelling's 117 square metres, the site itself is just over 1,800 square metres. South Lodge, the dwelling's footprint is 138 square metres and the site itself is just short of 950 square metres. I suppose I'll try to put into context the north end of Arran, Councillor Marshall, I know of a site there, and it's relative probably to a lot of other sites, even the likes of the Marchfield site, something in Dumfries, things that we can relate to. But the average site size, my understanding, is about 500 or 600 square metres, and the footprint is relative too, and that's why I asked that point. So we're looking at 25% of the footprint, so we'll go back to the proposed site. So again, so the sites in that I know Councillor Marshall and I can call on because we've been involved in them very recently and still are involved until we get to a positive conclusion with them, but they're about 500-600 square metres tops, but the average site's about 500 square metres, I think, on that site. This site's 440 square metres. The average footprint of a 3-bedroom bungalow is between 110 and 135 square metres, is my understanding. You'll get to, if it's single story, that is. So 91.8 square metres, that's still a reasonable size dwelling, is my understanding. It's roughly just short, it's about maybe 20% footprint, somewhere about there. So to me, in context, the arguments made, I think, this is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Robert, but the arguments being made, the reason for the refusal is because of the size and scale, the size of the site in the house in comparison to what's in there. It's I said, no, it doesn't affect the site and the character, this doesn't affect. But actually, come back to reasons of you've outlined already, Tony, I mean, I'm content to see this being approved, but it's because I know the demand that's in Dumfries and Gallagher, in the housing crisis, so on and so forth, the demand that's actually out there. Is this a constrained site? It's not at 440 square metres, that's certainly not my view. Is it needed? It definitely is needed. But is it out with the character in that area? I would say it is to a degree, so I understand why. Again, you look at a case officer looked at this in absolutely in black and white terms, should it be approved or not. It's unbalanced for me, but I would support it because I think the need for a house like that in the area is outstripping the actual desire for being sympathetic with the site and the character of that area. So that's my view, members. I am in support of this, seeing it being approved, but maybe a lot of discussion before we get to that point. I don't know if you've managed to, sort of Robert has, and then once Robert, he'll do it a bit similar, and Keith will come back to you after that. Robert?
Thanks, Chair. I've looked through the various submissions from the applicant and the company HEP Homes that supplied the kind of house as well. Their actual design statement on pages 445 to 453 is probably quite useful. It doesn't mention passive house as such, but it does look like look at a range of topics. So background information, context, site appraisal, their design ethos, siting and external design, and what they call environmental and internal design. So it obviously does take those kind of factors into account in the overall design of their house types. This is a particular house type. The other thing beyond that I saw, which may be helpful to members, was a map showing the location of the application site in the papers, and that was something supplied by the applicant. It's a slightly longer view. That's on, if I can just get the page number, page 465, and I certainly thought that was helpful in looking at the overall kind of context of the proposed development in relation to what's there at the moment as a group.
Thanks, Robert. Keith, are you wanting to come back in? Councillor Waters, I should say. Keith?
only I suppose my general feeling is that the refusal is fair enough because of the density and the massing on the site. If if you look at page 423, which is the site where the proposed dwelling is actually on the map itself, if it's going to look like the type of building that the Heb Homes has said about this longhouse type building, it does seem to take up a very large proportion of the site. So that's one of the reasons why it's been refused. The other reason is that it's gone outside the boundary of the small group building, which I think was under discussion. But to me, I'd be happy to support the refusal. Actually, to be honest. Thanks.
No, thanks so much for that, Keith. So, I suppose members, we are at the stage as well. I suppose before we get into got into session here, have we got enough information? And I wanted to cover that point in particular in case somebody's wanting a site visit. Have we got enough information today? And it was yourself, I thought in particular, Keith, to make a decision. So before we get too much into session, which we were probably touching on there, Keith, do members feel they've got enough information to make a decision today? Tony in the room's nodding. Pauline, you had your hand up. Was it on the same point or was it something different?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I did have my hand up, but I took it back down. I think what we're missing maybe, but I think we could talk about that when we're in session, and if we were to progress, then if it went ahead, we could condition it in. But there's no detail as far as I can see with regards to Heb houses are obviously very eco-friendly. We know that, the way they're built and designed, they're very modern, and the materials used are very up-to-date and provide sufficient housing and the requirements of people within our region today and across Scotland and the UK, in fact. But we don't have any details as to the colour. Heb houses can be in a very dark black colour, some of which we've seen across Dumfries and Galloway, but it can also be designed in white to have a better appearance and be more in keeping with what the surrounding, obviously the Galloway and the Dumfries and Galloway as a total sort of heritage and history is, but it can also be done in the sort of large, lighter colours. So perhaps we don't have enough detail on that, but that might come at a later stage and we can discuss that when we go into session. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So members, I think we feel we've probably got enough information to make a decision today. Councillor Howie, Ian.
Just confirming that, Chair, I'm quite happy that we've got enough to tell on this today.
Right, first class members, I'll open up the debate. I've kind of outlined my thoughts. One other comment I will make beyond, I do think the garden boundary is a defensible boundary as outlined within that. That's quite explicit within the small building group policy, or H3 I should say, in the small building groups, that you should have a defensible boundary and like a hedge, fence line, such like, and I wouldn't say a footpath or a greenhouse or something like that within the garden grounds of this particular house. So this house is obviously within it, and I would use and argue that the garden boundary is the extent of, so therefore, if it was beyond the garden boundary into agriculture, I would say that is ribbon development, but in this case I would argue against that, or at least if it's ribbon development, it's acceptable because it's within a boundary, as in within the boundary of a small building group, which is similar to being within the boundary of a settlement boundary on a larger scale settlement. So that's the only bit I would kind of add. Other than that, I think I've maybe said my piece, that I would feel, I'd be keen to see this for it to be supported, and I've outlined that previously, let other members have their say, because I am chairing this. Councillor Drysdale. Pauline.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know if you want anyone to allow anyone in before me, because I feel as if I'm probably speaking a bit much. So is there anyone that wishes to come in before me, Chair, through yourself, or am I okay to speak?
No, there's nobody else looking to come in at the moment,
Okay.
so Pauline. Yep.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would support your position on this. I feel that it's because of the statements made by the applicant on page 447, it does seem that we see a clear fencing and boundary already in place because it's part of the Mooseland Place estate, and the reasons given by the officer, which were fair enough, but it does say that they're not happy because it's a ribbon development. I, in this particular case, don't feel it is. But I would be minded if we were to proceed that we put in conditions on the colour and finishing of this particular Heb home to make it more in keeping with the surrounding areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I would support. I'm also looking at members, just for your information, page 348 and 349. It's kind of summarised it there from you as well. When I read that as an argument, there's not only individual support, the agents making arguments and against policies, local support through the local community as well. Councillor Baretti, Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I understand Councillor Drysdale's comment about maybe the cladding and the presentation, but this is large. It is picked so that it will age and work its way into the environment, and it's not really possible to paint larch. It would be better left as it is. Robert's comments about page 449, where we refer to Heb Homes, and the fact I noticed that it's got mechanical ventilation and heat system recovery, that would tell me that it's a higher standard. It's a shame that they don't have the passive house standard, which is fairly common with buildings of this type. So I am going to hope that it is a very well insulated building, but I'm not concerned at the fact that it's on the edge of the construction, all the other buildings there, because the other buildings don't look as if they've really been designed for efficiency rather than just for occupation. This building looks as if it's been designed for comfort for the people who are going to go in. And I think the reason why they wanted something smaller is because they're older, and therefore they don't want a huge amount of work to look after a big building. The other only point I would make is that I'm just concerned that they never decided to put in photovoltaic, and I would have liked them to have seen in this design an inbuilt photovoltaic system to go well with the design of the house or design of the property, as opposed to an on-the-roof system, because I think that would have looked a lot better, and it would have helped to supplement the energy efficiency of the house and energy reduction. But I'm happy with the design. I'm happy with the place that it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Robert, see, when it comes to that particular point about photovoltaic, it's not been applied for in particular the solar panels, but could that be a directive if it's to be approved?
You could certainly put a directive on, Chair. My difficulty with a condition would be, you could argue it's not necessary and therefore it becomes quite prescriptive. I mean, there's a range of micro-renewables options for people to employ, if you like, and they're all quite laudable, but to pick one over another, I think would pass the reasonableness test. That would be the only reason.
I suppose it's no so when Tony's talking here, I'm actually thinking of building regulations to kind of standards. In about 9 months, a year ago, they changed dramatically, took it to a completely different level for why they were very high anyways, but I don't know if we've got anybody that can speak to that. But I mean, these are almost passive anyways, just through compliance with building regulations, standards of buildings, so they're very close to that point anyway, so I take on the point. But if it came to it, you could always, if it was to be approved, you could always look at being a directive, which is only an ask of at the end of the day, not an instruction, not a condition. So, members, we've got a proposal. Keith, you made some comments in regards to, just to make sure everybody's voice is heard. You felt that the original decision, you were okay with that, and we'd support that too. So we've got potentially a move and a seconder. By the way, I forget which order it came in, whether it was Tony or Pauline first. I think it was Tony, then Pauline. But we didn't officially say, listen, I'll move this, and this is the reasons why. And Keith, you did express a view, but it wasn't explicit in regards to whether you got to make a motion or not. But Councillor Baretti's waving his hand at me wanting to come in, so Tony.
I'll cede this case to Councillor Drysdale if she wants to propose, and I'll second.
Okay. Councillor Drysdale, Pauline.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. Probably need Robert to help me with the competency, but I do think it does relate well to the established character and design of the small buildings group, and therefore it's not contrary to LDP2 policy H3 with regards to ribbon development, Robert. Also, I think the siting, and well, no, that would be what I'd stick to. I mean, I would have actually preferred the Heb House to come in white, which you can have. It would have fitted in colour-wise, but I am hearing other members, and I see, thank you to my fellow councillor in the room, that he's noted that it does state larch, which is quite a light colour rather than the dark black that I do not think fits in. So if I'm okay to look at competency through the governance officer and Robert on that, I would be happy to propose that as my motion. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Robert.
I think looking at this, obviously on page 524 of your papers, you've got two reasons why the appointed officer has taken the decision that they have, and you've got direct references to the development plan policy in there. And the legislation obviously states that you must make decisions in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So to my mind, it would be most helpful if any reason or reasons for refusal put forward to justify a grant of planning permission tackles the particular points that are set out in the appointed officer's reasons for refusal. So they say the proposal fails to gain support in principle as it would not relate well to the established character and design of the Moosehead small building groups. And I hear a suggestion that it actually you feel it does relate well to the established character and design of the small building group, and it would be an acceptable form of development, which you don't think is ribbon development. So I think it needs a kind of narrative around that to kind of look at these particular reasons that are stated in the decision notice. Otherwise, there isn't a kind of a reason for the decision, if you like. So I think it has to tackle all of these things, and then you've got to decide, are you looking at something that complies with the terms of the development plan in your view in certain areas, or are there other areas where you think this is a departure from the terms of the development plan which would need to be reasoned out by material considerations? I think really that is the key thing in arriving at a decision today. The other thing I would say, I have, as I usually do, thought about the alternative decision implications for planning conditions in the event that you're minded to grant permission for any of these cases, and I have thought about that beforehand, and I can come back to that if you need further guidance in that, Chair. I'm quite happy to offer that view as well.
Members, I'm just wondering, because Keith, you've not come back, so it looks like the consensus in real terms that the committee's happy enough to approve this, subject to the appropriate competency of the motion, which sounds like we're almost there, and conditions. It's almost 1 o'clock now. Should we give our officers 10 minutes to work on something and have half an hour for lunch? Should that mean back here at 20 to 2? Is it 20 to 2? Yeah, back here at 20 to 2. Are members comfortable enough with that? Just we need to give officers 10 minutes away from their lunch break too. They could do it, and whenever we open up the meeting again when we come back, we can just go straight to the decision and move on to the following item. Councillor Drysdale.
I'd be happy with that, Chair, and I really appreciate Robert's input. What time did you say come back, just so...
So we're going to give them half an hour for lunch and 10 minutes so they can work on something to get that, then allows them half an hour to have their lunch as well, same as us.
Excellent.
So
1:40.
1:40, bang on, that's it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you very
Councillor
much.
Walters, Councillor Keith.
I'm still not sure about the density argument, the second reason for refusal, but I can see that the way the discussion's going. The other thing is I'm going to have to leave at 2:30, so I don't know how the quorate thing works in terms of the committee, but I will have to leave at 2:30. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. I think we're still, because we've got full attendance, it's very comfortable with that. But I think Councillor Bright is in a similar position, but even then we'll still be quorate, I think. But we'll just tackle that when we get to it, Keith. Members 20 to 2, see you then, thank you. very much for that. Thanks very much, members, for taking consideration earlier and giving us the time to have that lunch break. I think we've got to pass over to Tracy now, just when she's ready. Are you sharing your screen, Tracy? I think so. Tracy's got to share her screen, outline what our wording is, what we're thinking, what's appropriate, and then Robert's maybe got some conditions after that. Thank you, Tracy.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I had a discussion during the break there with the solicitor and Robert, the planning advisor. So we've came up with the wording based on what was discussed by members to agree to reverse the decision of the appointed officer and approve the application on the grounds that the proposal meets the criteria defined Local Development Plan 2 Policy H3, as it is within an established small buildings group which is clearly defined by the garden boundary, which creates a sense of place. And then I'll pass over to Robert for the conditions, which I've just noted in bullets there, but obviously they'll be detailed in full in any decision notice if that encaptures what members were proposing prior to the break.
Thank you, Tracy. Robert?
Thanks, Chair. Firstly, was thinking you probably want a condition saying that the development shall be commenced within 3 years of the date of this development, which is a standard time condition for a full planning application. The other second condition I was thinking of was in relation to finishes, noting that you were keen to have a pale kind of larch exterior finish to the building as well. That could be something that was conditioned to be agreed in writing with the applicant if you were so minded. That would be your second condition. The third condition is more of a question, noting the location and the kind of character of boundary treatments in the surrounding area. Would you wish to have a condition that applied to the edges of the plot, the garden area, if you like, for it to be suitably landscaped? For example, have a dike or a hedge or something like that. Would that be something you would like to see as part of your decision? The fourth suggested condition was in relation to the removal of permitted development rights. So what that would mean would be that you would remove permitted development rights to build extensions or erect structures or buildings in the garden area of the house, so that if they were to make a planning application, that would be needed for what are normally things that fall within the rights of householders. So it would remove that right from them, and it would mean that everything else thereafter that would meet that would be subject to planning control. It's something you often do where you've got fairly dense kind of arrangements or there's not a lot of garden ground left, just to kind of preserve amenity of neighbours and the appearance of the building and so on. The other 8 conditions are all set out in the roads consultation response on page 364 of your papers. So going through these and what these translate as, I mean, this is the first condition of those listed, would be that you would have to provide a lay-by on the public road prior to occupation of the house that would be 9 metres long at the back and be no less than 40 metres in length. Then you've got various other requirements in the other conditions. So condition 2, the dwelling house hereby granted planning permission shall not be occupied or brought into use unless and until the proposed vehicular access at its junction with the U103N public road has been formed so as to be 3.5 metres wide for the first 5 metres and taken from the reader of the lay-by required by condition 1 above, which is the one I mentioned. Condition 3, C104 surface water trapping is just to make sure that surface water is trapped and drained so it doesn't flow onto the public road, causing a nuisance for the lifetime of the development. Suggested condition 4 on that list, C115 access gradients, means that the development shall be served by an access that for the first 5 metres isn't less than, sorry, greater rather than 8% in its gradient, or 1 in 12.5, so you don't have an unduly steep access onto the edge of the public road. Condition 5, C121, car parking layout is fairly standard in relation to development, so it would make sure you would have at least 2 car parking spaces within the curtilage of the dwelling house. Conditions 6 and 7 you see there are relation to visibility areas. So basically, on either side of the access in each direction at a setback of 2.4 metres, and in a distance of 70 metres in either direction, you would have visibility displays unimpeded, and that's along the U103N public road. Condition 7 requires those visibility areas to be kept clear from obstruction for the lifetime of the development, so that a driver or a user of that junction has got a clear view of traffic and people using that area. And C134, which is suggested condition 8, the surfacing of vehicle access prior to completion is just simply requiring that for the first 5 metres from the U103M public road, the access is surfaced in bituminous materials. There's a couple of directives there on page 364 as well, which is just meant to be helpful to people getting road opening permits and such like. And there was also a directive you were keen to look at in relation to photovoltaic panels. The other directive you would have in something like this is basically letting people know that there's a notice of initiation of development for this kind of thing that you send into the planning authority. So it's a kind of indication of when you've started works on site. So those in total would represent a total of 12 suggested conditions relating to that decision, Chair.
Thanks, Robert. I suppose I've got a couple of questions straight round about the conditions for the roads. It's just when I'm looking at the site there. So I'm just thinking aloud here, so please listen. So normally I don't think it is 30 mile an hour speed limit, so you're probably absolutely right. So the 2.43 setback and the 70 millimetre for the visibility coming up looks like it's unachievable here. But if it's a 30 mile an hour, it's 2.4 by 43 metres would be a standard, but there is a dispensation in that too. I just wonder if that condition, would it pretty much be a deemed refusal if that's the case, if it was set at that level, or is there a tolerance within that where the council as roads authority can look at that and have a relaxation if it was required?
I mean, looking now at page 363, Council's Roads Planning Team Leader has said visibility areas of 2.4 metres by 70 metres should be provided in each direction from the proposed point of access. This should be achievable within land within the public road boundary and land under the applicant's control. So they've looked at that and thought about it and think that that is something that can be provided.
Spot on, comfortable with that. Just it was a query. So see in regards to the directive, removal of permitted development rights and potential of solar panels, renewable energy made at the point, is there a conflict between the two, what you're saying there?
The suggestion with permitted development rights would be that you could, if you chose to impose a condition that would remove permitted development rights. There's not really a conflict there. What it means is, rather than allowing a house to be built with the full range of permitted development rights, it would allow you to erect some quite large extensions to your house and some large buildings and so on and so forth. Rather than allowing that to take place in an unrestricted way, you would basically be seeking planning applications for these type of things as opposed to a normal situation, and that's in recognition of the high density there and the potential harm that would be caused if you allowed someone to develop using permitted development rights at that location in such a dense kind of situation.
So you've touched on it pretty much, so I understand. So if it's an extension to the house, to the footprints already, because it's a full application, or I say it was a 30 square metre 1.5 garage, I can understand that. But for photovoltaics going the roof, so I'm just, is there a conflict? That's the part I'm trying to get to. So, thanks, Robert.
Sorry, but the permitted development rights restriction wouldn't relate to the photovoltaic cells on the roof, no. It would just be extensions to the dwelling house or freestanding buildings and other structures within the cartilage of the dwelling house.
No, I fully understand that one. Right, okay, thank you. That was the only bits that I that was my own kind of, when I seen the conditions here. But it was Councillor Drysdale who moved it and seconded by Councillor Baretti. It's becoming your proposal. If you are comfortable with that, we can agree that and move on. I'm getting nods in the room. Pauline, what about yourself? Pauline, Councillor Drysdale?
Yes, thank you very much. Happy with that. Just a quick one. Would we be leaving it up to the jurisdiction of the planning department to decide whether a dyke wall or a agricultural style fencing, or it wasn't fencing, it was a dyke wall or a tree line that would need to be in keeping with the rest of the village? So I take it through yourself, Chair, that we would leave that to the jurisdiction of the planning department and their expertise on that. Thanks.
So I'll let Robert answer that, but I think it's implicit within the conditions, but I'll let Robert answer that. Tony?
I would rather that it be something that hedge as opposed to a tree, because depending where you put the tree, you're going to impede on photovoltaic generation, and they might not realise that.
So, Robert, now that you've heard that.
Thanks, Chair. What I was wondering was if members would want a condition in about the boundary treatment to the house, and if you did want a condition like that, would you want a dyke or a hedge or something else, for example? If it's a dyke or a hedge, then the applicant would have the choice, if you like, but it was just to get your thoughts on that. It could equally just be a hedge, it could equally just be a dyke. It's entirely up to yourselves, really.
So, right, so the question is, have you got any particular preferences in regards to the boundaries, how they're finished? And if you have, now's the time to make it, otherwise it would be a general condition, I think is what you're saying, where we would go back to Pauline's point, ultimately leave it in the hands of further application for the determination of matter specified within conditions, I think. But Pauline, have you got a particular preference? And I'll come as the mover and I'll come back to yourself, Tony, as the seconder. Pauline, Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Chair, for letting me in. I'm just quickly going back to the photographs, which is probably quite relevant because I actually can't remember what was in the rest of the village. I don't actually have prior knowledge of that village, as was stated by another councillor, which was fair point, but I don't really. But I'm looking at photographs as quickly as I can, and in my opinion, it looks to be more of a hedge, apart from a dyke wall at the entrance to one of the neighbouring properties. So I would be happy to leave it in the professional hands of the planning department, as long as they were going to make sure it was something that was high enough to, you know, not to obviously put screening in place, but just to be in keeping and look appropriate to the with regards to the rest of the village. But I'd happy to take your views and the rest of my the councillors in this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
I think my main view is we probably have to be reasonably explicit about that, because if we're removing permitted development rights, then that would take away any permitted development rights for fences, boundaries, so on and so forth. So we have to give some kind of guideline. I think I'd be right in saying that, Robert, would I? Yep.
I mean, I think it's quite clear guidance there that you're preferring a hedge to be something that's in character with the existing kind of moosehold settlement there.
Okay, we've captured that then. If members are okay with that, we'll move on to the next item. Have you captured that okay, Tracy? Excellent, we've got that. So you'll see that in the decision at the next minutes of the next meeting. Thank you, members. Give me a second just to catch up. Members, item 7, Tonguehead Mill, Thornhill, refusal of planning permission in principle for erection of dwelling house workshop with roof mounted solar panels and wind turbine and ground mounted solar arrays, and installation of wastewater treatment plan in Soakaway, plan application number 24/1645/PIP. Tracy, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. First, I'd just like to ask members to note that on page 571 of the papers at point 4, it should read comments of applicant rather than comments of applicant's agent for this case. So you've got your notice of review dated the 19th of February 2025. That's on pages 575 to 583. You've then got your report on handling and related correspondence, pages 587 to 617. Observations of the appointed officer on the applicant's agent's notice of review and further comments from representatives are on pages 621 to 628. For the comments of the applicant on observations of the appointed officer and further comments from representatives are on pages 631 to 632. The planning application form, which was submitted on the 15th of August 2024, with support and information and plans, and amended location plan and block plan, which was then submitted on the 3rd of September 2024, are on pages 635 to 662. The decision letter from Dumfries and Galloway Council, dated the 15th of January 2025, is pages 665 to 668. The relevant extracts from Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2 and National Planning Framework 4 are on pages 671 to 699, and the photos of the application site and locality are pages 703 to 707. So the grounds of the refusal, which are found on page 666, is that the proposed development fails to meet any of the criteria in National Planning Framework 4, Policy 17, or Dumfries and Galloway Council's Local Development Plan 2, Policy H3, and associated supplementary guidance on housing in the countryside, which only permits the erection of new houses in the countryside in particular circumstances, and none of these circumstances apply in this case. Specifically, the proposal would not be within or well related to a small building group, nor be appropriate redevelopment of a brownfield land due to its naturalised state. Furthermore, given that the land was allowed to renaturalise, its redevelopment would fail to accord with MPF 4 Policy 9, brownfield, vacant and derelict land and empty buildings. On page 578, you'll see that the applicant has asked that the review be dealt with by means of a review of the relevant information that has been provided without any further procedures. So the grounds stated in the Notice of Review and the Notice of Review statement on pages 575 to 583, and in the comments of the applicant on observations of the appointed officer and further comments from representatives, pages 631 to 632, in summary are: the land is brownfield land and is within a small building group. If planning permission is granted, the applicant will move back to Townhead from Dumfries and the gardens and mill will be maintained. The near neighbours at Townhead Farmhouse and Townhead Bothy have not objected to the planning application. On the issue of the small building group, the tennis court area was well within the gardens of the main house. However, the proposed building could be moved closer. You've got your development plan policies on pages 671 to 687. So the main issues for the local review body to consider is this is an application for planning permission in principle, and as such there are no detailed matters relating to the proposed dwelling house. Scottish Government Plan Circular 3/2022 Development Management Procedures provides that it is for the applicant to decide what level of detail they wish to provide when making an application for planning permission in principle. It also advises that it is open to planning authorities to require further information under Regulation 24 where necessary to determine the application. This can include details of the proposed dwelling. It is noted that such a request was not made during the consideration of the application by the case officer. Would members wish to request further details of the proposal via a procedure notice, or would members be happy to consider this case without any further such details of the dwelling house, noting that this is an application for planning permission in principle? Would the proposal comply with the terms of the development plan in principle, and in particular, does the proposal meet the terms of LDP2 Policy H3 and the guidance set out in the adopted LDP2 Policy Supplementary Guidance in relation to the principle of proposed development at this application site? Would the proposal fail to comply with MPF 4 Policies 9 and 17? Would the proposal not be within or well related to a small building group? Would the proposal be considered to represent the appropriate and beneficial development of a brownfield site? Specifically, can the proposed development be supported if it has not been demonstrated that the development will be suitably scaled, sited and designed to be in keeping with the character of the area? Or should that be the subject of a separate assessment and a further application after planning permission in principle is granted? It is set out within MPF 4 Policy 17 that development proposals for all new home proposals require to be suitably scaled, sited and designed to be in keeping with the character of the area. Does the proposal represent a situation which would present the reuse of a brownfield land as defined in the glossary within MPF 4, where a return to a natural state has not or will not happen without intervention? Is it accepted that the proposed development would fail to comply with the terms of LDP2 Policy H3 by virtue of the fact that the proposal would not represent the beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site as defined in the glossary of the terms of LDP2? Is it agreed that the existing site is not demonstrably intrusive visually or environmentally? Is it agreed that the condition of the site does not significantly detract from the amenity of the surrounding area? If it is not considered that the proposal does not accord with the terms of the development plan, are there a set of material considerations of sufficient weight to justify a departure from the terms of the development plan? If so, on what grounds would such a decision be made, and what reasons would members give for such a decision if it was considered that the proposal departs from the terms of the development plan? If members are minded to reverse the appointed officer's decision and instead grant planning permission for this proposal, what set of conditions and reasons would members wish to see attached, if any? If members are minded to vary the terms of the appointed officer's decision, what changes to the specific reasoning for the decision would be required, and which additional policies, if any, would be referenced? So having outlined the papers, it now falls to the local review body to determine whether it has sufficient information to consider the review. It's confirmed no representations will be heard from any parties today, and the options open to the members are to decide that you have sufficient information before you to enable you to determine the review today, request further information in the form of written representations. The local review body will be required to state precisely the information it's seeking and who must provide it. Resolve to hold a hearing, again specifying who will be invited to speak and on what matters. Resolve to hold a site visit, accompanied or unaccompanied. This can be done in conjunction with any of the above, but would not allow a decision to be made today. And if the local review body resolves it has sufficient information and that no further procedure is required, then they have the full powers to uphold, reverse or vary a determination. The decision notice will include a statement of the terms in which the planning authority has decided the case reviewed. Your planning advisor is still present today, and it's confirmed that he has had no involvement in this case prior to the submission of the notice of review, and he was not the case officer or the appointed officer for the application. He is here to provide advice as required on matters of planning policy, law or process. Your solicitor is still present today as well, and she will act independently if the local review body require any specific advice on matters of law. I'll now pass back to the Chair to lead the debate. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Tracy. Excellent. So, Robert, just to use up with the photographs, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just for the avoidance of doubt, the pictures you're about to see are the same as those in pages 702 to 707 of the LRB papers. Excuse me. They've been prepared by the case officer, and I haven't been to see the site either. The captions are also from the case officer, so I'll just run through these just now. There's 9 pictures in total. So the first view you have is a view looking towards the site from the south, from the access in that direction, and this picture was taken in October 2023. Second view is from the site, looking in a northerly direction. Third view, again, this is October 2023. It's from the site in a westerly direction. And another picture at the same time. This is from the application site looking in a southeasterly direction. This is a view from the site looking south. Again, October 2023. And then a view from the site looking south stroke southwest, taken at the same time. This is a view from the site looking north. Again, October 2023. You can see the rising land behind. And then you have a much more recent picture. It's a view from the site looking north, taken on the 5th of December last year. And then you have another view from the site looking south, taken at the same time, 5th of December last year. And those are all the pictures I have, Chair.
Thanks very much. Robert, members, do we have any questions in regards to the photographs that we've just seen? Nobody in the room. I've not got any particular questions. Right, members, I'll keep going. Let's review, dated 9th of February 2025, as per submitted. Pages 575 to 583 is our first set of, if we get any questions in regards to that particular part of the report. 575, 583. 587617, report and handling, determining the delegated powers and related correspondence. That's our delegated report. I feel like we can auctioneer here. 621628, observations of the appointed officer and the applicant's agent's notice of review and further comments from representatives. No. Comments of applicant and observations of the appointed officer and further comments from representatives, pages 631 to 632. Plan application form submitted 15th August 24. Associated plans and supporting information. An amended location plan and block plan submitted on the 3rd of September 24, 635662, those pages. I can go back, members, I'll just keep rattling on. Pages 665 to 668, which is decision letter from the council in regards to this refusal. 671 to 699 is relevant extracts from a LDP2 and an NPF4. 703 to 707 is the photographs that Robert's just outlined, and the grounds for the refusal is page 666. I think that's it, members. Let me double check. Which it is. Members, there's not got any questions there. So it's the next point is to determine, do we have enough information in regards to make a determination today? Members, I'll open it up to the floor to see if anybody's got any thoughts round about that. Should we make a decision today, or is there further piece of information that members want, site visits, so on and so forth? Councillor Walters, Keith.
I think that one of the main issues in the refusal is whether this is actually a brownfield site or not. And when you look at those photos, the last two seem to suggest it is, because it seems to be sort of tarmacked. So I don't know whether it's, I don't want to suggest a site visit, but it does seem if we get some more information on actually is it now a brownfield site, and or is it just a site that's been changed since the initial photographs? Perhaps is there a question on what is the definition of a brownfield site? Is because I think the applicant says something along the lines of it's a site that was covered over with things that were taken out of ponds and stuff like that. Perhaps we could get a sort of definition of what is a brownfield site. Thanks.
Oh, thanks so much for that question, Keith. So I think two parts to that. Keith, correct me if I'm wrong. One is the actual history behind this site. If we get more detail in regards to that and the absolute definition of, in policy terms, what a brownfield site is. And I suppose that's probably NPF4 in particular, but anyways, we'll come back to that if that's the case. So, Robert?
Thanks, Chair. There's probably two definitions that are useful, which are both in the development plan at the moment. The development plan is consisting of two elements just now. You've got the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2, which I think from memory was adopted in October 2019. Now, it has a glossary of terms at the rear of it, which conveniently includes brownfield land. So I'm just busy scrolling to this just now. It's on page 244 of the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan, and I'm just reading this out verbatim. It says, brownfield site, previously developed land and premises, including the curtilage of buildings, which may still be partially occupied or used, most commonly associated with derelict urban land with redundant industrial buildings, excludes agriculture, forestry, and previously used land which now has nature conservation or recreation value. Now, the next thing I will put into my search engine and hopefully come up with is National Planning Framework 4, which is the other element of the development plan. It became part of the development plan in February 2023. Now, I do have a hard copy of this on my laptop, which I'm hoping to conjure up just now, if I can share, and I've got it here. So somewhere within this, there will be the definition rather of brownfield land in the glossary. So again, looking at this, I'm in part 3 of NPF4, which is the annex part. And yeah, there's a definition of brownfield which crops up in part 3 of that annex. It's coming up on page 145 of my PDF copy, but it's in the glossary of terms basically, and it says, again verbatim, brownfield, land which has previously been developed. The term may cover vacant or derelict land, land occupied by redundant or unused buildings, and developed land within the settlement boundary where further intensification of use is considered acceptable. So those are your two definitions. You've got brownfield land in LDP2, and you've also got brownfield within NPF4. So if you're looking at those terms in those documents, those should be the the definitions that you use when you do so. Hope that helps.
It was two parts to that, so correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding that NPF4 takes precedence over the LDP2 in the circumstances would have carried more weight because of the newness of it, and that'll change when LDP3 comes. But plus also the history of the site, I think, was a particular part of the question that Keith was wanting.
I mean, you've got the two elements of the development plan, and NPF4 is the more recent of those. Now, as is routinely published in the guidance that you find in your local review body papers, if there is conflict between the local development plan 2 and what NPF4 says, then the more recent expression of policy is to prevail in that regard. But in terms of what the policies say, they actually remain the same, and the definitions in the document are slightly different in the sense that primarily local development plan 2 refers to agricultural land as not forming part of the definition of brownfield, whereas the definition in NPF4 doesn't make that distinction, but that isn't the same. That's a change of definition rather than a conflict between two policies. The history of the site is a material consideration. You know, if there is evidence that has been brought forward for the use of a site and so on, but you have to look at it and make an assessment of the character of it as well as the history of it. You know what is the nature of the site? Does the nature of the site meet those definitions? You know, and on that basis, does the development then meet the brownfield policies you have in your development plan or not? So you've just got to assess each site on its own merits, you know, as to whether it's brownfield or not.
So Keith, I'll kind of come back to you in regards to that. It looks to me it's either, as it stands historically, I think historically being claimed it's been a brownfield piece of land. It's been there's been material tipped on there, it's been cleared, and it's either tar macadam type of bitumen type of material has been spread over, or like a type 1 subbase been levelled off, and it certainly looks like a brownfield site now. I just wonder if you've got any comments you want to come back in regards to, or points with Robert's explanation round about the history, whether you want to go into that further, and how, and the actual policies themselves in regards to brownfield. Keith?
Yeah, no, thanks. That's helpful pointing of the definition, and without going into the history of the site too much, when you look at it, it looks like derelict land from what the photos are showing. The last two photos, as in it's tar macadam in the middle of a field, and yeah, and so that would seem to be a good enough definition of what it is. It is brownfield. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Keith. Councillor Marshall, Sean?
Yeah, no, just in relation to that, my take is those are recent pictures, so that has been developed to look as though it's brownfield site. The contention is that it used to be a tennis court, but there's no evidence to suggest that was the case.
Thanks for that, Sean. That's what I'm trying to tease out. That's why I kept going on about the history of the site itself. So any further information, because I think Keith's point in particular was that right, what is the actual history here? Historically going back, have we got historical photographs? Have we got further information in particular is what he was asking for? And I think probably on the face of it, Sean, my view is kind of like yours, that right, okay, you can see it's been made up, it's been freshened up, but the argument is, well, they've only reinstated a site that was originally brownfield, so they just tidied it up. So it's trying to get to the bottom of that and understand, right, okay, what is, I think Keith's right, what is the definition of a brownfield site? And if that's the case, for why things had regenerated to a degree, you could see that, but what do we accept as a council, as a planning authority? Councillor Barretti, Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think there's quite a few pictures in this which actually present a different story, or an alternative story. I was trying to figure out why on page 581 and 583 they were talking about having a farm effectively that is producing fox fur. Now, this historically would have been quite popular in the 1920s when ladies used to drape a complete fox over their shoulders, and I have got one at home, just as a matter of interest because I don't wear it, but I have got one. It's a historical architect now, artifact, and if I go to page 649, and looking at page 649, which if the chair gets to it, and page 655, on 649, they've cleared the ground with a digger there, scraped it. Now, that looks to me as if that is an old-fashioned, very early cement base which has been coloured with red and has obviously just broken up. So what it may well be, it might be the part of a tennis court, might be the makings of a fox farm. And clearly on 655 there are sandstone steps. And you can see the rubble under the sandstone steps is graded. So that would tell me that there has been some substantial building or substantial structure there. What it may be, we don't know because we don't have the records, but it's clearly an area of ground that has been turned over to some sort of industrial use, whether it's animals or whatever else. So I suspect that if you were to dig out that ground there, you would come to hardcore. And I think the image that you have on 657 is simply that someone has hardcored over the whole lot and compacted it down. And that's what we've got left over. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you for that, Tony. I think it's a good description. What have we got that actually shows us, going back to the small building group itself, how it relates to it? We've got the comment made earlier with previous applications. I'm trying to find it. It's almost like a location plan, so you can actually see this site here. What have we got that Michelle remembers on screen? I am looking at, it looks just like the small one. I'm looking at page 657. Might be the one, I'm not too sure. That's 659, so it's like I just want to, because there is only 3 units here, I think, isn't there? And how it relates to it. Registers of Scotland would probably have this kind of information. So it's further information we could have sought and got if we wanted. I'm sure they'd have it. I've often looked back at the historic plans, and it's 99 times it's here. Over 100 that is. That stuff. It does look as if it's been formed. Looking at the overview on page 657, to me that looks like it's been formed for a number of years. You can see the boundaries. They've not happened overnight by any means. But clearly the tennis court's been almost like re-established. It looks like by the way of clearing off the natural regeneration, and it looks like it is either tarmac iron or it probably looks more like a type 1 graded material, like a road metal type of stuff that's put in. It's been levelled and flattened and rolled, compacted, by the looks of it. But that, just without seeing it in sight, does it then relate well if it was to? Does it relate well to the small building group? I just think it's all things for members to consider. I'm just thinking aloud, members, as I go through it. My own evaluation. So, just try, right, Councillor Betty? Yep.
Yeah, when they talk about tennis courts, don't assume that you're talking about Wimbledon. You'd be talking about a red lava hardcore tennis court, which would be compacted. And that would require compaction of lower grade material with fine oxide on the top. And that's maybe why it's so red, because that material there is still there and it's just been spread out.
Through yourself, Chair. Chair, it might already have come to members' attention, but at electronic page 593, paragraph 4.21 of the delegated report, the case officer had considered this and had said that at the time of the inspection, the site had naturalised at the time of the application, and that is relevant when considering whether or not this would be supported under policy 17 of MPF4, so because it's not just a consideration of whether it's a brownfield site, it's whether or not it has actually naturalised, the suggestion being that the most recent photographs shows something which has happened since the application first went in and that had naturalised.
No, I definitely picked up on that, Laura. No, thanks for bringing it to the committee's attention. No. I wasn't sure the exact timelines in regards to the application being submitted and so on and so forth, but you could see by the pictures that Robert showed at the beginning going back to 2023, I think that was a couple of years ago before the application came in, probably historical, a previous application or something like that, unless it's been sitting in our books for a couple of years. But it looked to me like that was old, and obviously I thought these were as part of the validation process of a new application. This is work that had been carried out since then, but could be wrong. That was my assumption, but maybe completely wrong with that. So members, in order to move forward, if we can establish that we don't need any further information, be absolutely clear on that, we're happy enough with that. So we're getting into session, members, and it's, Keith, I think you picked up on the relevant points. I'm only got to try and lead the debate. I'm not got to try and lead any particular avenue or anything like that. So going back to what's been outlined to us already, it's been asked that it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Robert, when we get finished, but small building group, they're saying it fits within the cluster. There's at least 3 units here. This is the beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site in real terms, which relates well to the small building group. We've established that we're trying to determine then, through questioning, is it a brownfield site in real terms, or has it regenerated naturally? So going back to LDP2, if you take that as at face value, it probably has been at that point in time, but actually when you get back to NPF4 and consider that, which is the more prominent and superior to LDP2, it fits better with that if folk want to support it. If you feel it's just applicable that you want to keep up with the original decision, then you probably look to apply LDP2's version of a brownfield site. So members, I'm just trying to, like I say, lead the debate. I'm not looking to propose anything in particular. I just keen to hear what members are thinking, what your views are. It's whether you think it's worth supporting or not. Even that general comment will put us in a particular direction. If members think it's supporting or think that it's not worth supporting, then that way we can come to a conclusion and a decision. So members, ultimately, I might just pick somebody. If anybody's coming in, it looks like I know. I can randomly pick somebody. If I could, Councillor Walters. Well done. Thanks, Keith.
Sorry, just like I said, I'm going to have to go in a moment. But looking at the picture you did on 657, you highlighted on 657, it doesn't appear to be part of the group. And I think from what we've discussed about the history of the site, it had been naturalised, and then it's been since changed, which makes it look more like a brownfield site than it was previously. So in that respect, I would be tempted to refuse the appeal and just go with the officer's recommendation. That's my opinion. Thanks.
So keep thinking, stick to the original decision and not to overturn it. That's when looking at it, actually looks as if there's been a shed in there. That's what it looked kind of. If I was looking at it, I had no knowledge in it whatsoever. To me, it looks like a track leading up to the shed, but it's probably right enough it would be tennis courts at some point, historically. But anyways, members, do we have any other views in regards to this particular review? Councillor Brighty, Tony, then Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. Well, if we're referring back to page 657 as the only aerial shot of the area, if this location was in fact a tennis court or whatever else, there would not have been a property on that site, or where whoever owned it resided. It would have been in that cluster of buildings, and that cluster of buildings has at some stage been potentially sold off. That's what I would have to assume until someone else told me that I'm wrong. If this is just a zone that has in fact had industrial use, the original field would have looked different, but it's not. It's now a site that has had human impact. Therefore, it's not going to go back to natural, because for it to go back to natural, you'd have to dig the whole thing up and overfill it with new soil. Going on to page 588, what's wanted is a modern house that they're going to use photovoltaic. They're going to put a garage, come photography studio, and a various number of things. So this is likely to be something that is going to bring business into the area potentially. I don't know. But it's just another building going up. I don't see any reason why it can't go up, because it's already a site that's had structures on it. It's not going to revert back to normal. It's not going to revert back to a field.
Okay, right. I'll take them comments on board or two, but it sounds like you're thinking it probably supported by the way you see it as being a brownfield site or the beneficial redevelopment of thereof, if that's the case. But I'll come back to you in regards to that. Councillor Jordan, Emma?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Waters and go with the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thanks so much for that, Emma. Any other members got any other particular comments in regards to this? Keen to hear everybody's if we can. No, people are just sitting on their hands with this one. How do I feel about this one? It's got merit, but it's very much unbalanced for me. It's if I'm looking, being absolutely honest, there's a disconnect between it and the small building group that's there. Naturally, I think it looks historically, again, looking at this stuff, there's been an actual tree boundary round about there when you see that, but it's a big area. For me to make a proper decision, just having need a site visit to understand how it does relate to it. Because it's tough to, for me to support something like this, I'd have to actually physically see it on site. Just the way my mind works. See it on site so that I can determine whether this, how it relates to it. I could evaluate myself in regards to what was there potentially previously, just because of my background. Councillor Marshall, Sean.
Chair, just to say I'm happy to go with the original recommendation by the case officer, and I think there's been a proposal and a second for that.
Thanks, Sean, thanks for that. So, haven't got anybody else coming in. I've got to set my hands with this one because I'm just undecided. For me, I would really need to see that on site to fully understand and how that interacts with the small building group itself. Because to me, the beneficial redevelopment of brownfield sites, one thing, and I could agree with that, but it's how it relates well to the original small building group that's there. Anyways, so what we've got is a motion, a mover and a seconder. We've got a mover without a seconder at the moment, certainly. I'll give it, like I say, I feel like an auctioneer today. Anybody else? Any other comments? Okay, that's a decision made then if that's the case. And Tracy, if you just get you a line decision, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to uphold the original decision and application is refused.
Members, we're looking at item number 8. I'll maybe sleep bag at this stage, but lucky or not. So refusal plan and permission for erection of dwelling house with roof mounted solar panels and installation of an air source heat pump and septic tank and soakaway at Soulburn Garden Centre, Leswell, Stranraer. Plan reference number 24/00002/full. Tracy, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So you've got your notice of review dated the 10th of February 2025. Pages 715 to 753. Report on handling and related correspondence on pages 757 to 882. Observations of the appointed officer on the applicant's agent's notice of review, pages 885 to 889. Comments of the applicant's agent on observations of the appointed officer on pages 893 to 897. Plan application form submitted on the 31st of December 2023, associated plans and supporting information, registered as valid on the 10th of January 2024, and amended plans which were submitted on the 18th of September 2024, pages 901 to 971. The decision letter from Dumfries and Galloway Council dated the 3rd of December 2024 is on pages 975 to 978. A list of the relevant extracts from Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2 and National Planning Framework 4 are on pages 981 to 1011, and the photos of the application site and locality are pages 1015 to 1019. So the grounds for refusal, as on page 976, are the proposal is contrary to Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2, Policy H3, Housing in the Countryside, and the related supplementary guidance, and National Planning Framework 4, Policies 9 and 17, which permits the erection of new houses in the countryside only in particular circumstances. Specifically, the proposal is not considered to represent beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site, as the house is not essential for the needs of agriculture or other business requiring a rural location. The house is not associated with the succession planning of a viable farm holding, and the house will not meet the needs of a beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site. On page 718 of your papers, the applicant has asked that the review be dealt with by the means of a review of the relevant information that has been provided without any further procedures. The grounds stated in the Notice of Review and the Notice of Review statement on pages 715 to 729, and in the comments of the applicant's agents on observations of the appointed officer, pages 893 to 897. If members are minded to entertain this late submission from the applicant's agent, in summary are: the proposed house is essential for the needs of the business in the rural location of Solburn Garden Centre on many levels, including security, live plant maintenance systems management, and energy and environmental management systems. The application was not to be justified as being associated with succession planning of a viable farm business. The submission of the application was clear in distancing it from the justification of the earlier HLE submission, and so there should not have been any muddying of the reasons for the proposed house associated with succession planning of a viable farm holding. It has been acknowledged in the opening supporting statement that the HLE submission was not relevant. Similarly, the referencing of the changes made to the ownership status of the property were provided to clarify the normal progression of the family-owned business, which was being carried out as part of inheritance planning, which simply coincided with the submission of the application. It is strongly contested that the proposed house does meet the requirements of beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site, and that the interpretation of guidance contained in MPF 4 has not properly been adopted. It is not noted that the case officer's delegated reporting of the refusal that there was indeed a fundamental change to the opportunities arising from the redevelopment of brownfield sites adopted by Dumfries and Galloway Local Council, which occurred prior to the submission of the planning permission application and after the HLE report was published. An effort to provide relevant additional information and design amendments were carried out during the handling of the application, and it is asserted that those efforts resulted in understanding that all the case officer's initial concerns and observations regarding the justification and scale and massing were met, and further that the policy support criteria was also satisfied when read in the correct policy hierarchy context. The application should be seen as a worthwhile use of a brownfield site which will secure the future of the business at Solburn Garden Centre for the young family and give them the opportunity to expand and develop their business instead of having to seek an alternative means of keeping the family business going. The design, scale, siting and palette of material finishes for the dwelling are in keeping with the character and landscape setting of the garden centre within which it is located and will be appreciated within the context of. The proposal does not entail the redevelopment of a large previously developed parcel of land and proposes a development that is proportionate in its scale, form and density and can be regarded as being appropriate to its surroundings at the centre of the established garden centre business. You've got your development plan policies in pages 981 to 999. So the main issues for the local review body to consider are: the applicant's agent has submitted late information on the 30th of April 2025 as a response to the comments from the Council's appointed officer. This appears on pages 893 to 897 of the printed papers respectively. It was advised that this document could not have been submitted earlier due to a family bereavement. On that basis, would members be minded to take this submission into consideration today? Would the proposal comply with the terms of the development plan in principle? In particular, does the proposal meet the terms of LDP2, Policy H3 and the guidance set out in the adopted LDP2 supplementary guidance in relation to the principle of the proposed development at this application site? Would the proposal fail to comply with MPF 4 Policies 9 and 17? Could the proposal be considered to represent the appropriate and beneficial development of a brownfield site as defined in the glossary within MPF 4? Where a return to a natural state has not or will not happen without intervention. It is set out within MPF 4 Policy 17 that development proposals for all new home proposals would require to be suitably scaled, sited and designed to be in keeping with the character of the area. Is it agreed that the proposed dwelling house is not essential for the needs of agriculture or other business requiring a rural location? If it is not considered that the proposal does not accord with the terms of the development plan, are there a set of material considerations of sufficient weight to justify a departure from the terms of the development plan? If so, on what grounds would such a decision be made, and what reasons would members give for such a decision if it was considered that the proposal departs from the terms of the development plan? If members are minded to reverse the appointed officer's decision and instead grant planning permission for this proposal, what set of conditions and reasons would members wish to see attached, if any? If members are minded to vary the terms of the appointed officer's decision, what changes to the specific reasoning for the decision would be required, and which additional policies, if any, would be referenced? So having outlined your papers, it now falls to the local review body to determine whether it has sufficient information to consider this review. It's confirmed that no representations from any parties will be heard today. The options available to the local review body are: it can decide it has sufficient information before it to enable it to determine the review today, request further information in the form of written representations, and the local review body will be required to state precisely the information it's seeking and who must provide it, resolve to hold a hearing, again specifying who will be invited to speak and on what matters, resolve to hold a site visit, accompanied or unaccompanied, and this can be done in conjunction with any of the above but would not allow a decision to be made today. If the local review body resolves it has sufficient information and that no further procedure is required, then they have the full powers to uphold, reverse or vary a determination. The decision notice will include a statement of the terms in which the planning authority has decided the case reviewed. Your planning advisor is present today, and it's confirmed that he has not had any involvement in this case prior to the submission of the notice of review, and he was not the case officer or the appointed officer for this application. He is here to provide independent advice as required on matters of planning policy, law or process. Your solicitor is present here today, and she will act independently if the local review body require any specific advice on matters of law. So if no further clarification is required, I will pass back to the Chair and ask him to lead the debate and decide whether you have sufficient information. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks so much again, Tracy. Robert, over to you with the photographs, please.
Thanks, Chair. The pictures you're about to see on the screen are the same as those in your papers on pages 1015 to 1019. There's 9 separate images, all of which have been supplied by the case officer for this application, and the captions are also supplied. So I'm just presenting them as they've been provided to me. So the first view is a view of the existing building. This is the front elevation. Second view is again of the existing building, showing the front and side elevations. And the third view showing the side elevation of the existing building as well. You've got the existing building there, side rear elevations this time. And then the rear elevation of the existing building. There's obviously a water course sitting there nearby. And then the existing building, the side front elevations, and what's described as the adjacent storage building at the application site. Then you've got a view of the adjacent storage building. I'm not entirely sure that isn't the original building, but I've got to go to the caption I've got. And then you've got a view of the adjacent storage building. It might be the adjacent storage building, just a similar style. I'm not 100% sure in that, but I'm going to the captions I've got anyway. So those are all the pictures I have, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, members. Any questions in regards to the photographs that we've just seen? No? No, members. So, pages 715 to 753, everyone kind of knows the drill by now. So that's notice of review, 10th of February 25, submitted by A Patterson's Designs on behalf of the as acting as agent on behalf of the applicant, Mrs. J. Barnes, applicant. Pages 715 to 753, like I've said. In the room, no. Report on handling, so that's a delegated report, pages 757 to 882. Observations of appointed officer, pages 885 to 889.
Yeah,
applicants.
I've got my hand up.
So you have just 2 hands up. Apologies, I've been moving too quick. So I'm going to take Councillor Marshall, Drysdale, then yourself, Beretti after that.
Yeah.
Sean?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just in relation to, and I've read through this in detail and more than once, but
what is obvious is there's been good cooperation working between the applicant's agent and the planning officer, and I think that's demonstrated near to the end of this section of the report with the exchange of emails and letters, where I think the applicant's agent has tried to work through all the concerns and address all the issues. And when you look at 879 and then the final letter on 881 and 882, it seems that, you know, this seems to have satisfied, I think, by reducing it by 34%, that the design of the building fits within the 137.13 metres squared. And that's where the communication ends. And then obviously there's been a reason for refusal. And I can only gather that it's probably the balcony that caused that. But I'm just wondering why it seemed to be that everything had been satisfied, the footprint had been reduced, so that the design of they'd taken out the office so that it would fit on the original footprint of the building, and then, you know, there was a refusal after that. It just doesn't seem to make sense unless the design of the house was changed.
Thanks for that, Sean. Robert, you need a wee chance to kind of research that, and we'll come back to that once we get across to the questions we've got to go now.
I could do, Chair. I mean, my instinct was trying to get a fix on the dates. I mean, you do have the correspondence from the case officer, who's obviously trying to achieve the best possible outcome and fit with council policy that he or she is able to do. So when I look at that, I think the date was the 18th of September 2024. And when I look at the decision notice, this is the decision of the appointed officer, that's been taken on the 3rd of December 2024. So it's obvious that the case officer has taken this so far, and at some point the appointed officer has considered that draft report that's been put in front of them and made a decision. And the decision is what you can see in page 976. So I agree that there seems to have been a positive dialogue in relation to the correspondence between the agent and the case officer, but that hasn't translated into a positive decision. In this case, it's translated into the decision that you can see in page 976. So that's the decision of the appointed officer, basically, and that's what's under review here today. But I did notice that when I was putting the papers together, certainly.
Yeah, and just to quickly come back, because the refusal of the planning permission, if you look at the three kind of conditions to those, if it fitted within the original footprint, then the first two wouldn't be relevant, and the third one, the house would not meet it would meet requirements of beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site so that's why I'm just a little bit confused that something must have happened between that last letter going in and as I said, when I've read through the documents, it seems to be the only issue is the balcony. And so whether or not that's been viewed as being over the original footprint of the building.
It's up to you, Robert, if you want to make further comment, but tell me if you do or don't. All right, okay, we're taking that. But Sean, we'll probably come back to that point. We've come across this quite a number of occasions when the case officer's given advice and it gets to a certain stage and it seems to change for whatever reason. But we'll maybe come back to that, Sean. I think that's probably what you're picking up on by the sounds of it. You think that the applicants seem to be getting some kind of against, think they've got a sense of direction, or suddenly there's like a 180 change in direction for whatever reason. But if it's appropriate, we'll come back to that. Councillor Drysdale?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. It was just page 761 on 4.8. We see a number of cases in front of us consistently at LRB committee meetings, and we see the agricultural labour reports. It seems to be different across the whole of Scotland, possibly the UK, that for a business like this, which is obviously not a landscaping garden, but a gardening business with plants, etc., that the developed business plan doesn't need to be submitted. So therefore, we as councillors don't see the sort of size and viability of the operation. But having a wee bit of knowledge on it, we all understand that garden centres often become farm shops. They grow and develop, especially in rural areas that struggle a bit, and become quite big operations, which is always positive. So I think we need to take concise of that. The fact we haven't got a full business plan, but as Councillor Marshall's alluded to, we've seen the officers work really closely with this applicant to try and redevelop what we would consider a brownfield site, and we see the archaeology officer not being able to provide any more information, which we probably don't need in this case, as they were pre-war fabricated buildings. But I think we just need to bear in 4.8 in mind that, you know, a business such as this could grow and develop, but that's not the material consideration that we have in front of us today. So it's just some food for thought. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. If it helps at all, when I look at the reason taken for the decision which I've mentioned, it clearly is on the basis that it is not considered to be the proposed beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site. So that really is the point of principle that's given focus in the decision, just as it's worded. So the other two elements, if you like, of the 3 bullet points that are in the decision notice are just mentioned as acknowledgement that they're not met, you know, so that element of the policy is not met. The crux of the issues in relation to the brownfield issue, Chair.
Thank you, thanks for that. Pauline, are you okay with that?
Yes, I think I just have to go with what the Officer Robert has kindly suggested, but it's quite difficult because it's very different to agriculture, isn't it? And, you know, the stock prices on these sort of properties can become quite huge, you know, if they diversify into furniture, garden furniture, pots, all these sorts of things. And it's very easy for people to break into open greenhouse type properties to steal things. So I suppose there's an argument, but as you say, it's not relevant to the brownfield argument. So it's a very difficult case in front of us. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Robert.
So I suppose at this point, we're just quickly going through the points to make sure we've got enough information then to make a decision or site visit or otherwise at this point. Councillor Baretti, Tony.
Yeah, I'll go even further back. I used to go there in the 1970s, and at that time the centre was growing, and it was effectively the only centre in the whole of the Mackers that provided that kind of service. So it has grown substantially, and it's still still say the primary centre for where most people will go to get materials. There isn't anywhere else. As far as a question on page 765, I know it says flooding. The relevance of that, because later on in the paperwork it does show flooding diagrams. Is flooding going to be an issue with that burn? Because I've never recorded any substantial flooding in that area, although I could be mistaken. And I think also on page 769 talks about the only archaeological thing being a former mill. This site is well known for its Sunderland 3 operations during the Second World War. And I remember, or I don't know, people here are not old enough, but Hughie Green used to work from Stranraer. And Hughie Green used to be one of our residents on television. I'm too old, but that's the reason. But this entire location was rife with military outposts. So everywhere in the Rins, to me, on that side, would have been potentially a military installation. Could have been gun port, machine gun, anything like that. So it is, the whole of that area is brownfield as far as I'm concerned. It's just a question of where do you put your spade to find your relics. But it is predominantly an airbase, and yes, it was maintained post-Second World War simply because of its importance. And if I look at the pictures, what that tells me is that some of these materials would have been left on site and then reconstituted, because during the war they didn't have hollow concrete bricks, they used actual bricks. So it looks as if this entire site has been reconstituted from materials that were left around. That would be my observations, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So what we'll do is we've got to rattle through these next phases. once we get to that, because I noted that the site inspections, we can actually stop at any point, just in case. So we'll get into the debate, the session that people are trying to get into now, members are trying to get into, and we'll come back to that. So I'll go back to 3, which was the observation of the appointed officer on the applicant agent's notice of review, which is pages 885 to 889, because I think I was going too fast there. Pages 893 to 897, comments of the applicant's agent on observations of the appointed officer. We've got plenty of time to rewind and come back to this once we make a decision, if we can make a decision today. Plan application form submitted on the 31st of December, that's pages 901 to 971, amended plans and such like. Decision letter 975 to 978. Members. 981 to 1011 is the relevant extracts from a LDP2 and NPF 4. Photos as we've seen, which is on page 1015 to 1019. The grounds for refusal is pages 976. Members, I think that's it. Right, members, do we have enough information? Remember the statement, if you look at your site inspections, it's something we can stop and say, right, okay, we can go back, have a look at this, stop at any point in time through debate to have a site visit. So members, if we don't hear anything, I'm going to take into consideration that we have got enough information to go forward at this moment in time to make a decision. And if that's the case, some members have spoke already. I'll ask them to lead the debate. Nobody's coming online, so I'll move to Councillor Beretti. Tony, you want to make any comments at this moment in time? If not, I'll lead it myself. Tony?
No, I'll wait and hear what other members have got to say. I've known this site for a while, although I don't frequent it very often now, but I have known it for a long, long time. And I think it's, I would actually go against the officer recommendations and allow for the building, but I think I will just wait and hear what everyone else says.
Thank you, thanks so much. Councillor Rysdale, Pauline, you did make some comments, so I suppose my comments in the back of your comments give you a chance to come in. I'm sure they'll want to say something. Was it if the argument is so? Yeah. It's not about agricultural. It's not about forestry and such like. But what I heard you saying, I think, was that there is actually a business case here potentially. But what our case officer historically has said is an absolute need for somebody to be on site, and I think that's the point we have to establish if we want to support it. Is there that necessity for somebody to be there? But Pauline, again, so it might get to a point where we want to stop and take a site visit, just depending. So Pauline, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Again, I'd go through yourself and Robert here, but I'm of a similar opinion to my fellow councillor in the room who's just spoken. And I feel that with regards to policy 17, which does erect new houses in the countryside, but only in particular circumstances. And I do feel that this circumstance quite strongly dictates that this is a very viable business, much needed in the west of the region. It's obviously growing, I think. Obviously, that's maybe not a material planning consideration, and I'm quite happy to be chastised on that one, but providing jobs for not only this family, but I'm sure others. And I think that we should look at policy 17, which should permit this housing development. It's only for one house and members of the family to work on site, to be close to the business and be able to control it to some level and keep a level of security, and also maintaining plants and deliveries as they come in and out on site. So I don't know if that's a strong enough argument to against the recommendation of the officer, which I fully understand. But I do think that this is much needed, and I think we should look at policy 17, but I'm happy to be guided otherwise, and would be interested to hear your comments, Chair, as well. Thank you.
No, again, I'm kind of a visual person, like I've said earlier in regards to the last application. I like to see things, but I'm not going to advocate a site visit, but if it helps me, that kind of thing, but we're actually looking to put a building where a building is. So is any detriment locally to the environment and such like? No, there's probably an improvement because there'll be improvements made there. But is there an essential need in regards to somebody having to be on site? Oh, if it was a farm, it was straightforward. But we've made many arguments in the past, whether it's an engineer even, which is different but similar. It's been the same kind of argument. So an engineer, his work, or it was his, when I was saying that, because it was a male at the time I'd applied for an application. We had a site visit, we looked at it, and when we got on site, it was obvious that the place for that engineer who fixed agriculture machines, forestry machines, stuff like that, was in that location where the work was going on. Well, this has got the same argument behind it, I would argue. if members are looking to support it, is that it's okay, people need to be on site, whether it's if it's water, if the plant's in, they get water maintained, looked after. And you know what it's like in a garden centre, it can be from, it's not like a 9 to 4 or 9 to 5, it's a first thing in the morning to the last thing at night, especially this size and scale. You're looking to grow it, expand it, make your business work. You're putting in every effort, and the best way to do that is to be on site and be ready at hand for any potential customers and workload that's needing to be undertaken. So the business case might not be as far on and developed as we would like, but it's certainly heading in the right direction. So members, I've been happy enough to support it if they do, but like I say, I'm a visual person, I like to see things on the ground. But if it's members are looking for some kind of guidance from Robert in particular, but obviously we've got Tracy and Laura here too to help with that guidance if needed, that they want to see support for this application, then if there's nothing at this moment in time, I'll turn to yourself first, Robert, see what your thoughts are, then we'll expand it beyond that if required. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. If it's helpful, I mean, you're talking about brownfield land. Now, when I look at the policies that are in front of you today relating to housing in the countryside, there's three key parts even in relation to that. And one is MPF 4 Policy 17 Part A, which is on page 998 of your papers. So when I look at that, this is just trying to help thoughts on what the relevant policies say, and therefore how you would maybe want to think about phrasing a decision that wouldn't necessarily accord with that. So if I go to, I think it's 988, you've got policy 17 of MPF 4 rural homes. Now, Part A says development proposals for new homes in rural areas will be supported where the development is suitably scaled, sited and designed to be in keeping with the character of the area, and so that's one part of it, and the development. And if you go to point 2 of Part A, it says reuses brownfield land where a return to a natural state has not or will not happen without intervention. So that's what the MPF 4 policy in relation to housing in the countryside says. We've already earlier at this same meeting, we've covered the definition of brownfield land in both LDP2 and National Planning Framework 4, MPF 4. The other part, Policy 9, on page 985 of your papers, covers brownfield land in itself. Policy 9 of MPF 4, brownfield, vacant and derelict land and empty buildings. So it says at Part A, development proposals that will result in the sustainable reuse of brownfield land, including vacant and derelict land and buildings, whether permanent or temporary, will be supported. And it says in determining whether the reuse is sustainable, the biodiversity value of brownfield land which is naturalised should be taken into account. It then has subsidiary elements to it which looks at proposals on greenfield sites not being supported, for example, and then in relation to unstable or contaminated land, and also proposals for the reuse of existing buildings, which isn't what we're looking at here, so that's not directly applicable. The final kind of element, if you like, of the policy framework and principle is also Local Development Plan 2. So that's the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 2 adopted October 2019. And if you look at Policy H3 Housing in the Countryside, it says the Council will support housing proposals in the countryside where the proposal meets one or more of the following criteria. Now then, when you zoom down to the fourth bullet point there, it says it would involve the beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site. At the bottom of the policy, it says supplementary guidance sets out in more detail how the above criteria will be applied. So what you've got there is supplementary guidance document on housing in the countryside, which I think dates back to March 2020, but it's there or thereabouts. Now, that document isn't published in your papers today, but I can make that available at any point during the debate if members want to actually see what that guidance says, because it has in section 5, it has paragraphs specifically relating to brownfield development. So as part of the development plan, you might find that helpful in informing your debate and understanding how the situation relates in relation to policy.
Thank you very much for that, Robert. So just so I'm clear, what I heard you saying was that MPF 4 Policy 9 Part A, MPF policy 17, part 2, I think it is. I missed the next bit, sorry, apologies about that. I was getting caught up with other things. I know you referred to LDP2, H3, part 4, I think it was, as the Housing Countryside, which benefits of redevelopment of brownfield site. Did he go beyond that, or was that where he stopped?
It was really well the supplementary guidance in LDP2 to policy H3. I mean, these are basically your kind of policy markers, if you like, that are in your development plan that, you know, need to be taken into account when you're making any decision.
It was a supplementary guidance that I missed. Thanks for that. So members, it's quite clear. So you've got, there's 4, if members are wanting to support it, I think what Robert's saying, so correct me if I'm wrong, I know Tracy's picking up this as well, and we'll have a watchful eye on it. I think what Robert's saying, under policy 9, part A, that's applicable. Under policy 17, part 2, that's applicable. Under LDP2H3, part 4, that's applicable, because again, it's a beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site, and he says the supplementary guidance beyond that, in relation to which we support that too, which we can get site off if required. Councillor Brighty, 2, Unix, sorry.
Yeah, I would also add, if you're going to use policy 17, part 5, it's demonstrated to be necessary to support sustainable management of viable rural business. Croft.
Sorry, what I was trying to do, Chair, was just highlight the relevant parts of the development plan that you would use in arriving at a decision.
No, it was that last point, that was an addition to, that was like a 5th point, wasn't it, if we want to absolutely belt and braces in regards to proposal. So I suppose what I'm trying to tease out of members, are members looking to propose that they would approve this application using policies, because it lends itself to policy 9, part A, policy MPF, policy 9, part A, MPF, policy 17, part 2, LDP 2, H3, part 4, and so it's all related to,
Just to qualify, I'm not suggesting you make a decision on that basis. I'm saying those are the things you should possibly look at as a local review body and take into account when you are in the process of arriving at a decision.
So, Councillor Rysdale. Pauline.
Sorry, Chair, I was actually just going to point out what a sharp memory you've got to be able to reel all that off. But I suppose we need to go into debate now and discuss all those different policies and decide if we do all agree to go forward on this one. We need to decide what policies are most important and relevant, because we are not meeting the guidance given by our learned planning officers. So I actually would prefer to go through Robert, I'm afraid, for with his guidance as to what he would think would be the safest and most appropriate course of action, and obviously Laura as legal, because obviously the ground also needs checked for any chemicals, etc., which probably needs conditioned in for the safety of the site going forward. So any advice on that would be appreciated as well. Thank you. And obviously we haven't reached a decision yet, and I see Councillor Marshall wishes to come in, so it would be at a later stage. Thank you, Chair.
So what I'm trying to tease out is what grounds we could potentially use, then thereafter, if somebody's got a particular proposal, then it's what weight you would put towards them grounds, and then at that point, once somebody's got an actual fund proposal on the table, it sounds like definitely the members, the bulk of the members up to now, in fact every member up to now, say they're happy to support this application, just about bringing in Councillor Marshall. But once we get an actual fund proposal, aligning it to sell to those particular, some or all of those policies, then we can get the competency checks there after that. Councillor Marshall, Sean?
Yeah, I thought on the basis of policy H3, housing in the countryside, one of the reasons for refusal is that it's viewed that it's not beneficial, and I think a number of members of this committee think that it would, which is one of the bullet points in H3, it would involve the beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site.
Yeah, so I think it's, again, I think, my understanding it's subjective, so if members, as the committee is now the decision-making body, can have a different view in regards to what's been previously viewed, Sean, I don't think we have to stick to it, it's no black and white, but I'll just get clarity in regards to that, just so members are absolutely clear, so they can take an alternative view through this process to what the previous view that's been taken. Who would give me that advice? Laura? Laura's got it.
Chair, absolutely, provided members are able to base their decision on policy and evidence in front of them to support that decision, or indeed if they wish to, as a departure for policy, be able to to substantiate why it should be a departure from policy.
Okay, members. So Sean, I hopefully that's answered your question. Yes, historically that has been, we've seen it many times in the past, but members have historically quite a number of occasions, took a different view in regards to that. But Councillor Marshall, Sean.
Yeah, I think on that basis, I would suggest that, you know, under the footprint of the existing store or old store, that they're attempting to, within that footprint, develop a house on the site. And I think that is like a beneficial use of a brownfield site.
Thank you. And you're using particular point for LDP's H3, LDP2's H3 housing in the countryside, I think is what you're saying there as well. Well, like I say, so it's mentioned on a number of occasions, whether it's at policy 9, policy 17, as Robert's touched on LDP2, but I think we should come back to policy 17. So, and qualify exactly what's been said. Aye, so it's again, so it's in rural homes, policy 17, again, it emphasises the point, reuses brownfield land where a return to a natural state has not or will not happen without intervention, where in this case it absolutely would not, because it's quite clear there's a building on it, it would take decades to get taken back to some kind of natural estate, if not hundreds of years. So, aye, Laura?
Chair, thank you. Through yourself. One of the points that the committee may wish to address is the fact that in 5.8 of the supplementary guidance to housing in the countryside, it does specifically mention about brownfield sites, and it should be no greater, and that seemed to have been a sticking point for the case officer, that if members might want to consider whether they believe that 5.8 is fallen foul of, or whether they're wanting to see this as a departure from that.
So I don't think we've got that in front of us here, have we? Could you just tell us what that is again? Just
Absolutely,
so
no problem, Chair. So it's in the supplementary guidance for housing in the countryside, and it's paragraph 5.8. The subheading for section 5 is rural brownfield sites. And what it says is care should be taken regarding proposals on large, previously developed brownfield sites. Developments in the countryside should be of a scale and density appropriate to their surroundings and should not be seen as necessary to develop a site in its entirety. And this is the point. The physical footprint of new buildings shall be no greater than that of the existing buildings and will, in most instances, require to be significantly less. An appropriate scheme will require to meet the requirements of policy OP2 design quality of new development. And it was this point which seemed to be the matter of quite a lot of correspondence between the agent and the case officer, and was also mentioned in the report as being, because the building is larger than the existing footprint, it was seen as being a sticking point.
Robert, I think you want to make comment too.
Yeah, Chair, in kind of Blue Peter style, I did ask for a copy of that supplementary guidance document could be brought along today so we could share that on the screen. There is a section of that document that entirely relates to brownfield sites. So there's several paragraphs there. It's 5.0 rural brownfield sites, and then you've got the various paragraphs going through to 5.11. I've not really, I mean, it is obviously a key consideration in the appointed officer's report. Now, the appointed officer report, let me just get my notes here. On pages 762 it appears, and on to 766. It's one of the key considerations in paragraphs 4.12, 4.13, 4.14, 4.15, 4.16 and 4.17, and the reason for refusal. It obviously forms part of the notice of review statement that came in as well, and the appointed officer has also made reference to this 886 to 888 as well. The brownfield considerations, that is at paragraph 58 of the supplementary guidance, which Laura has mentioned. The final piece is, and I'm not sure if you're accepting the late submission or not in this regard, but if you are, the late submission from the applicant's agent in pages 893 to 897 also made reference to the same paragraph in the supplementary guidance, but their take on it was you have to read paragraph 5.8 as being related to very large sites rather than just sites generally, and they were saying this isn't a large site. So it is one of the key issues in the debate as to what decision you make in this case. So I think if it helps, I'll quite happily show what the supplementary guidance says on the screen. And then there are various other places in the report where you need to probably tread quite carefully in relation to that particular issue.
I suppose what's going through my mind now, members, is if I could see a location plan with the existing and then a plan superimposed, so to speak, or even a different plan shown, so you can compare, quite easily compare the two. So there's the footprint of the proposed and there's the footprint of the existing. Then we get a clear understanding, and it's, I've looked at stuff, I can see them separately contained. You can see it's different. The house that's being proposed here is different from the size and scale of the building there, but it just, again, it's how do you actually compare that in real terms? And that comes back to the, Councillor Marshall made the point earlier, there seemed to be got to a point in change, and I've seen that before where there can be different interpretations at a lower level, so to speak, with case officers. When it gets to a higher level, it comes, oh no, that's not how this has been determined, it should be determined in a different way, and we're all going through that learning curve, so to speak. And that was probably the sticking point when this went away beyond the original footprint. But it's whether this committee feels that, okay, they can justify the size scale beyond the original footprint contained, compared, sorry, to what we've got clearly as our policies. Whether it is, or whether we send, potentially send the appellants back and say, listen, bring it back inside the constraints within that footprint is more justifiable and such like. You've got a number of things to consider here. But for me, I don't know if we've got anything like that we could see that, Robert. I know Robert's looking away, so he's trying to, and he probably will share it. So we've got something we'll look at. Like I've looked on the page, I can see it, but for me, I think it's page, I think it's what Robert's got on it, maybe. I'm on page 965, you may be different, but if that's the right one. Something so we can see the original footprint, because that seems to be the argument, and the proposal is considerably greater than, just so we can actually see the context of that. But Robert, I'll pass over to you, then I'll come back to you, Pauline.
Thanks. When I looked through the papers beforehand, the most useful document for me, certainly looking at it and understanding it in quite a simple way, is in page 743. So you've got the application site outlined in red. It's infilled in a kind of light green colour, and you've got the existing building shown there. It's described as the existing Doran style storage shed stroke garages to be demolished. So it's shown there, and then on top of that you've got a dark dotted line which is the indicative proposed building footprint. So it's in the red line application site, but when you compare that footprint to the size of the existing building, you can gauge the difference in size, in the sense that the proposed dwelling house is bigger than that existing building that would be demolished. So I certainly found that was the most helpful thing for me to illustrate the general concept. I mean, that's just a footprint, it's not showing a detailed design, but it gives you an idea of the size of both buildings.
Just before I bring in, I see Tony shaking his hand, so I've got 3 people wanting in, but just before I bring in, just so I put it in context from my own mind, so I make sure I'm accurate in regards to this. It looks like the length of the proposed building is slightly longer, but obviously you've got an extension which is facing north westerly as well. So in a kind of southwest westerly area, the length of the original building, you've got it's slightly longer than the building that's there, but actually you've got an extension goes out the back, so it's close to double the size of the footprint. But would that be correct in your evaluation? Look at it, just so I'm clear, I'm thinking the same, Robert, I'm looking at you. So what I'm saying is, that's it. So I'm getting the nod, members, that's correct. So if it comes to it, maybe get the cursor, but I'll let members in, just so I'm clear, so when they listen to the debate, I understand what's being said. So Councillor Drysdale, Marshall, then Beretti, in that way. Pauline?
Oh, thanks very much. Actually, you took the words right out of my mouth and explained exactly where I was going on this one as well, because it was becoming a bit confusing with the footprint. And for officers, I understand that we want to be looking at something of similar in size, potentially. I just wanted to ask a question on that. I have no problem with the slight extended length. Obviously, the extension out, as you've noted, goes to the north, Chair. Looks quite large. And when you look at the plans, it's actually just the is it utility and stairwell. Just when you say the footprint through yourself, Laura, as legal, does that mean height as well? So if you were developing on a brownfield site, you couldn't go up. It's the same as going out. Is that correct? Just so I'm clear on that before we go into further debate. Thanks.
I would suggest that's more a planning consideration than a legal consideration.
Okay, thanks.
When I'm talking about the footprint of the building, I'm just basically showing the area of land that would cover what's sometimes otherwise called as the solum of a building. So it is the footprint, so it doesn't take the kind of stories into account. So when I'm pointing out the footprint of the existing building and the footprint of the new building, that's not to infer that they're both two-storey buildings. It's just saying, well, that's the footprint of the existing and that's the footprint of the new one. It is quite a simple way to demonstrate it. What possibly is helpful as well is if you look at the appointed officer's report, page 758, paragraph 1.4, you've then got a written description of the proposed building, and it's got the various dimensions there as well. So that gives quite a good idea. And then paragraph 1.5 that follows on from that describes what it is that's proposed by virtue of its design and its size and its finishes and so on. So if you're ever struggling to understand what's proposed, that probably encapsulates it best so that you're clear.
Thanks, Robert. Pauline, you okay with that before I move on?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall. Sean.
Yeah, when you look at the overall site of Thorburn Garden Centre, that's a brownfield site. And I think that's why it's been confusing, because when you look at on that, if you were to judge it on that, then it wouldn't be an overdevelopment of a brownfield site, but we're specifically looking at a specific site within there. And I did say earlier, that efforts have been done to reduce the size of that to fit within the footprint. And if you look at, I think, and it's an opinion on maybe an assumption on 895, but it seems to be that the footprint over and above the footprint, it's 11.4 square meters, which could just be the balcony element of it. And if that was the case, if you remove the balcony element of that, it would fit within the footprint. But then you could also then go back and actually, submit another application to extend the property once that permission was given. So that's why it seems a little bit strange, that the correspondence finishes with, accommodating a 34% reduction to get it down to the 171, and then when it comes to determination, it's classed as too big for the footprint of the existing building.
Thanks for that, Sean. Thanks so much. Don't think it was a particular question there, was it? Just you're portraying your views and how you see that. Councillor Baretti, Tony?
Well, sorry, Chair.
Oh,
is it the balcony element of the proposal?
Chair, if it helps, my reading of the decision and the whole report is, as it's been written, it's not just the balcony element, it's looking at the size, massing, scale, design of the whole building and trying to apply that to policy. So, as the local review body, you're reviewing a decision that's been taken by the appointed officer, and the specific grounds of refusal have to be written down in the report, which they are. So I think that's what you have to go on the basis of. If it was just a balcony, it would just say a balcony, but it doesn't. The reason for the refusal is much more nuanced than that. Again, it appears on page 976. So I don't read it as just being the balcony, no.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you both. Councillor Baretti, Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If we go and look at the map on 852, and also bearing in mind that policy 17 of MPF 4, and looking at the part that I said, part 5, which is a building that would maintain the sustainability of a business. This is the first time that a building of this nature will actually be built on this site. Now, if you were to go back 60 or 70 years, all of this area here might have been brownfield. So whatever was developed there, developed for the benefit of the then growing or established garden centre. The buildings that are currently there, we don't know if they're being used or if they're just empty or what their what they've got at the moment. But clearly, if the whole business has to develop, then having dwelling there, if that is going to help that business develop, then fine. It doesn't matter to me what the footprint is. That is, to me, irrelevance. It's a building that needs to be lived in, therefore it needs to be redeveloped, and if we just look at the type of equipment that's going to be going around that site, it's got to be fit for purpose. So I would suggest that if they're trying to redevelop, then we should take into account the fact that modern equipment, modern practices, they're just going to change over time. And in 50 years' time, it might change again. So as far as I'm concerned, the footprint is fine, the location is fine, there's nothing wrong with the size, and I'm quite happy with that type of style of building.
Thank you. Right, okay, there's a willingness, I'm going to put it to Robert and Laura, there's a willingness from the committee, I think, to support this application. They're trying to tie it down and make a competent motion. It sounds like, so I think we accept that the footprint's nearly 80% larger than what it maybe should be acceptable in policy terms. But you feel as if there's reasons for that, and that is because it sounds like the beneficial economic side of it is what Councillor Variety is outlining there. This has got to be of a size and scale that's fit for purpose for the residential use it's got to be used for. There's a number of things that come back to policy 9 within the NPF 4, 17, LDB2H3 Part 4, supplementary guidance. So I just wondered if members could be helped in regards to putting forward a competent motion that would allow them to progress this in regards to supporting it. You can't put exactly words in the mouth, but you can certainly help and support. So from either of, I'm thinking, looking at Robert and Laura with this. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm just thinking, I'm not going to say too much, but I think by the signs of it, what you're looking at is there are some elements of this which you don't think are contrary to policy that have been, if you like, determined as such already, and then there's other parts that you think are policy, contrary to policy, and you want to set out reasons why you want to depart from that policy. So I think you just really need to choose between the two of those. You know, do you think this complies with policy in some regards, and if so, which parts of policy are those, and which parts do you think should be taken as an exception to policy, and if so, why? The only other thing I was going to say is I've thought around planning conditions as well, Chair, so if at any point you feel you need my thoughts on what conditions you could impose, I'm quite happy to do that.
Thank you. Laura, have you got any comments?
Chair, just to reiterate what Robert's saying, that if it is felt that there are policies which support it, but there are policies which maybe would count against it, such as the supplementary guidance, as long as the committee are able to say why they're seeing this as a departure from those, why it's justified on the balance.
Right, members, I'll open up to yourselves, but I'll start with the debate. So, I mean, I think I still go back, unless I'm completely off the piste here, but I think so in regards to, let me just go back to NPF 4, I can find the page. Page 14. Sorry, members, NPF 914, lost my page. Right over here. No, I've got it, members, thank you. So members, I've got to ask you to look at policy now. So page 965 is what 985, sorry, is what I'm looking at. The development proposal that result in a sustainable reuse of a brownfield land, including vacant and derelict land and buildings, whether permanent or temporary, will be supported. And it will be supported. So to me, that fits into that criteria there, that policy in particular. That's one of them where it fits in. I think it can be supported through that. It said they will be supported, that's quite clear, and this is the NPF 4, that's the most up-to-date part of our development plan. NPF 17, when it comes to rural homes. Part 2, it's reuses again, so I'm looking at page 988 of our papers, and it's part 2, policy 17, rural homes. Reuses brownfield land, where a return to a natural state has not or will not happen without intervention. Now that's probably doesn't really fit with that interrogated degree because you've already got a building in there, so it's made it beneficial. So I mean, so it does tear apart, but it's limited. For me, the bits that's missing, in particular, and it's the point that you started off, and it's the business case that maybe isn't fully Up to where it needs to be, aye, so I'm getting, so actually, it's how we then justify, as if the committees want to support this, how you're then willing to, or able to justify, actually, the economic benefits that justify going against our planning policies, but making an exception to policy in real terms, and why that is because, whether it's really about the, again, sustainable, you want in, Laura? Yeah.
Chair, thanks very much. I would agree with you in looking at this, if it is the thought that this is a business that you're wanting to support, whereas when we look at houses in the countryside and we're looking at need in an agricultural setting, we would normally expect to see an independent report. We do have some text in the planning agents, but we don't have an independent report saying why it is that this business needs this on there. That if that is influencing your thoughts, then perhaps you might want to go through further written procedure and ask for specific things to be mentioned in an independent report, so that could enable you to go contrary to that policy.
I'll be honest, members, I feel much more comfortable with that, and it's not because we've had a long day or out like that. We could go forward and actually make a decision, but that's the piece that's missing for me, is that extra piece. I think it'll come forward, if that's what members are asking for, and it allows us then to depart from our policy, if that's what the committee wishes, that actually here's the business case, this is what we're justifying it, we do think it's a business that's worthwhile supporting, it's sustainable going into the future, so on and so forth, and we'll pin that to a particular policy, probably more with an LDB2, but certainly with an MPF 402. So just because Pauline was in first, I know you can't see that. Councillor Drysdale, then Barretti. Pauline?
Yeah, it's led me right into that, Laura, and I think you're quite right to mention it. And right at the start of this meeting, myself and Councillor Barretti mentioned the fact that farms are meant to bring forward business reports, and we didn't have that here. We can quite clearly see that it's a viable business, but maybe more information regarding that would make our decision more pertinent. So I'm looking at policy 17, number 2, but also linked with number 5, where it's demonstrated or be necessary to support the sustainable management of a viable rural business or croft, and there's an essential need for a worker, in this case workers probably, to live permanently at or near their place of work. So that report might just give us that extra confidence and comfort with regards to this business. So through yourself, Chair, on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barretti?
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale, for mentioning point 5, but I would also, under that same policy 17, suggest that point B, because economic considerations and the transport needs of the development as appropriate for the rural location, because that will make this business much more viable if people are not having to travel 25 miles to the location and then 25 miles home. And point C, in terms of location, access and environmental impact, again, that's reducing your road miles to your development. So that's how I would look at it, Chair.
So I'll try and sum up, members, what I think we've got to the point. So it sounds like that we're deferring this application for further information through by the way of a procedural notice, in particular references around about the business case, and the business case needs to identify the fact that policy 17 rural homes A part 2, I think it's what it's saying, and it's talking about part 5 in there as well. Then you're talking about part B in the same policy 17 NPF 4 and policy C. I think that's the 4 points in particular, looking to see where that extra information is, but we'll come back to Robert, Laura and Tracy for that matter, just to make sure that if there's anything to add. If elected members are okay with that, I'll pass that to our officers, and if that's the view of the committee, we'll put that, we'll ideally pick this up with the next one after the site visit we've had. So, Robert first.
So just so I understand, I think what you said, Chair, you're wanting the applicant, I'm just thinking because I'll have to go away and ask them for it, so I'm asking them for that information that relates to MPF 4 policy 17 in respect of those specific areas. So in other words, invite them to put that information forward, and then it's brought back to another meeting of the local review body, and you all consider that along with everything you've got just now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it's in particular in regards to the business case, how that, because we were part of a business case, wasn't it, for going back to previously. But Laura, do you?
Quite happy with that, Chair.
Thank you. And Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. Yes. So what I've noted is deferred consideration to request for further procedures, being a business plan which would help the local review body in determining whether it's been demonstrated that there is an essential need for a dwelling house to support the rural business at this location.
And the points that Robert's captured as the policies, in the NPF policy 17 and the 4 parts to that. Thank you. Members, MD otherwise minded in regards to that proposal going forward? Members with no further business today, thank you very much for your time. See you at the next one.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair and officers. Bye.